Call me the champion, welcome to my kingdom. Survival is my instinct. Caught up in the system. You better listen. Call me the champion. Champion. Call me the champion. Call me the champion. It's been a long, hard road. Okay, I took a couple blows, but I'm still standing on my toes. It's been an uphill struggle, but my spirit never buckled. Now I'm back and I'm gonna reap just what I sowed. It's been a long, hard road. Okay, I took a couple blows, but I'm still standing on my toes. It's been an uphill struggle, but my spirit never buckled. Now I'm back and I'ma reap just what I sowed. Call me the champion, welcome to my kingdom. Predators been stalking, but survival is my instinct. And certain men get harms done, caught up in the system. But I'ma tell my own truth, yeah, I'ma make them listen. You better listen. Call me the champion. the champion. Champion.
Cause I'm hungry like I never ate. No more crumbs, need a bigger plate. Stacks is high, got expensive taste. Dinner time, so get out the way. What you know about that hunger? 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 Cause I'm hungry like I never ate. No more crumbs, need a bigger plate. Stacks is high, got expensive taste. Dinner time, so get out the way. What you know about that hunger? 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 Cause I'm hungry like I never ate. No more crumbs, need a bigger plate. Stacks is high, got expensive taste. Dinner time, so get out the way. What you know about that hunger? 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 What you know about that hunger?
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Coming to you live from Seoul, South Korea. Welcome back to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific. I'm Victoria, and with me at the desk today, we have Kilios and Quack. How are you guys doing?
Good. I feel like a professor's assistant right now. I'm trying to earn some extra credits and whatnot, but feeling good. I mean, you know, fairly long day yesterday, but got some good rest, and now we just get to glide through a single matchup day.
Yeah. And how are you doing, Quack? It was a long day for both of you guys.
Long day, but
6 games you had to
feel like
cast.
those games were really entertaining to watch. I mean,
Yes.
DFM's growth was really inspiring for some people, I think, especially if you're rooting for the Japanese teams like I am. So I don't mind the fact that it went late, but, you know, I hope we're ready for today.
It was one of those days where it's like, okay, we're getting out of here. It's after midnight, but it overall felt worth it. We had that banger series to start off with, Secret, you know, being able to scrape by with a win. I mean, dominant, you know, performance at the end. But yeah, I mean, DFM continuing to look better and better. So it was a very good day. Yeah,
I think it was well worth it. With that, let's pull up the standings and see where all the teams are at this point. So you did make a good point about DFM. While they did not win last night, their performance was good, and it was quite close in at least one of the rounds.
Yeah, I mean, they have some solid performances. Suggest continues to just look absolutely incredible as a duelist. Was talking about it from the outset, you know, their matchup last week when they played against PRX, and it was just like, okay, this is the solution. It is just to enable Suggest. This is a team that's kind of, you know, almost constructed around him. He's the only foreigner that's on this squad coming over from Korea, and he has just been pounding. Everybody leveled up, though. I will say yesterday we saw some great performances out of the likes of Rada, from Zenfree. Pretty much everybody was sharing in that the closeness of that match, in, you know, taking it all the way to 3. So it was a really solid look for the side of DFM, and I mean, depending on how things continue to develop, the whispers on the window have already kind of been, is DFM the hope for Japan? And I think that obviously we need to see a little bit more. Zeta are the team right now that have that win under their belt, but it very well could be the case, because right now it seems like the ceiling is really high for DFM.
Yeah, I mean, you could have called this last week, actually. You had some hopes for DFM, and they are proving you right, Professor Seth. So how about Paper Rex versus Team Secret? That was a big heavyweight game with, I don't know if I shouldn't say unexpected results. Like, the panel was split on this.
I expected it.
Come on. He did. I mean, if he looks like the professor, I'm kind of like that slacker student right now. Of course, Paper Rex, I'm a huge fan, right? But that performance was just not great. The maps were really close. It was 13-11 on both and 13-10 on the last one. But when it comes down to it, you know, some of these things are just avoidable mistakes, I feel. And maybe Professor Seth can actually coach him and like let us know how these things can be fixed, because Team Secret looked so much better.
Yeah. Let's talk about Secret, actually. Secret did great.
Gladly, at this point. I mean, yeah, they just continue to look excellent. I mean, as far as just playing off one another, you can tell that they're doing a very good job of that. They're not making the similar mistakes to the side of Paper X. I mean, a lot of the times where Paper X were coming away with rounds, it's because they just kind of aim-diffed Secret at a couple different points. But then that also ended up costing them, because there were so many opportunities that Paper X could have gotten a decent site exec off, but they were just moving into a site blindly, not using utility, not doing any scouting, not cutting off vision, not smoking off heaven and whatnot, just blind swinging on a corner, suddenly, boom, you're dead to an operator. It's like, why aren't we using these tools that we have? Why is the Omen not throwing something there? Why are we not sending a flash around the corner? And it's something that really needs to get tightened up here. If Paper X want to make it into, into Tokyo. They need to be top 3 to be able to make it happen. And right now, they don't necessarily look, take your notes. They don't necessarily look like they're top 3 material. And that's scary, given the peaks that this team has had in the past. And that's the biggest concern, is it just a peak? Have they peaked early? Ooh. And we don't want that.
Yeah, we absolutely don't want that. That said, it was going to be, we knew it was going to be a tough matchup. Now, the other team that won last night was Gen G, but I don't know if they had the best showing either. Even though they won in the end. In fact, let's pull up one of the standout, or maybe not so standout players. Because last week we highlighted Meteor's performance, and he was on fire. That Meteor came crashing down. But this particular week, it was a little bit different.
Maybe a little bit disabled by DFM, perhaps. Last week, we saw him get an ace, and it was fun. But this time around, there were some punishments coming out from DFM dished out. This was the one from last week. And then now we're going to see another one where there were times he tried to push out, times where he tried to gain info, but then he got punished because DFM were just that disciplined, that careful, and after a while, you could see that Meteor actually was a little bit discouraged. He didn't want to do it anymore.
He was overheating quite a bit, it felt like. The aim, just a little bit whiffy. Seems like he also just didn't know how to play against Cypher at times, which is very bizarre. He would just get caught by traps or run through those screens, and suddenly it's just like, well, now you're revealed and you're going to get sprayed down. So there's definitely some overheat moments. By the end, Meteor, he finally said, okay, you know what, I'm not playing super well. Let me shake that off. And then as we got into that last map of Pearl, he did start to perform. Similarly, we also saw slowness from GodDead, which was one of the biggest factors in enabling Meteor last week. Both of them had a very rough start. It was widely, like TS especially, that was trying to carry them over the line when we're looking at Lotus. He was having an immense amount of impact. No one particularly played well on Fracture. But then as we got into Pearl, GodDead and Meteor as that duo started really leveling up. We saw the tissue buff come back through. GodDead started fracking out of control, and then Meteor as well was able to take over. So that's one of the biggest things. Meteor cannot operate, and he cannot have that week 1 impact by himself. He has to be set up. Again, we keep likening him to, Ye from last season, how strong he is. And a lot of that is all about the team play. It's about setting him up to have those impact performances. So we saw it in the last map, but again, this is a thing for Gen G where you need to be able to have that consistently if you want to be able to win, because Meteor right now is looking like their win condition.
Yeah, absolutely. And they did bring out that tissue, that third game, and that's...
Finally.
I mean, we didn't expect it to go to the third game. Some of us, anyway. So, I mean...
I think all of us, actually.
The tissue came out, and It was still a little close, but maybe tissue buff is real. I thought it was a gimmick, but it might actually be a real thing.
I told God that. I said I was waiting for the elevator, and I said
yeah.
maybe tissue a little bit earlier next time if you want to avoid results like this.
And he just looks so like exasperated too.
I mean, granted, I think he probably went into this thinking, I don't need it. This will be easy.
Yeah.
But that's scary because that's complacency. That's underestimating your opponent. We've seen nothing but
This
growth
is a
from
great
BFM.
note, Professor
So
Achilles.
Gen G cannot afford to rest on their laurels or expect that they're going to be able to stomp anybody that's in this tournament other than like DRX and whatnot. Everybody is a threat. We've seen strong performances from every single team basically at this point, so they need to be able to go in anticipating that they're going to get pushed, they're going to get pressured by any squad.
Absolutely. And I think that's just been proven time and time again. You cannot rest on your laurels. Or
hear that, kids?
don't make assumptions. You never know what you're going to be up against. Just be prepared mentally. Now, let's go back to El Clasico, that heavyweight matchup yesterday. Team Secret and another superstar from Paper X.
Ouch.
No one walked away from this one unscathed.
Yeah.
There was bloodshed on both sides. That's for damn sure.
Jing was amazing yesterday. He just has this style of raise that is so smooth, and it's hard not to admire the way he plays raise. Whether or not he's coordinated with his team is another discussion, but just watching him solo play is just beautiful. It's like work art.
Yeah, he's just one of those players that can find impact pretty much no matter what. It's a little bit of a, I mean, not inverse to Meteor completely, but Jing just kind of seems to operate outside of the realm of reality that every other duelist player is in. Even if he's by himself, he's usually able to find value. That one was a head scratcher from Jeremy, but granted, the map was not going well for them at all. And then, of course, we did finally get over to Split for the first time in Pacific, and Jing just continued to have an enormous round. This one here, being able to get the ace to close things out. Jesse Vash is in such a bad position, has to get that diffuse off. There's no time remaining, even though it's held to half. And then the nade just zones him. So Jing continued to look just nutty throughout that entire series, but unfortunately, he was also making some of those crucial mistakes that we were talking about, not being set up by his teammates. And, obviously you could say, well, that's on the teammate. They didn't flash for him. They didn't smoke for him. But he's also the one swinging the damn corner.
Yes.
So at the same time, he can be at fault. But still, impact numbers were found by him.
I think that's the thing, because when it comes to some of these plays, you have that ego mentality to just peek out on your own. But you have to recognize the fact that sometimes you need help from your teammates. It's okay to ask for help. And of course, like we mentioned, both sides came out with bloodshed. I think for Paper X especially, it's one of those things where it should sting. I think this is something that Potter, and we're a huge fan of Potter, Potter said this last year during Game Changers, that yeah, sometimes when you're going to have to take a loss. That's just the reality of esports. One side wins, one side loses, and it should sting because that's how you know that you still care about the game. If it doesn't sting, then something's wrong there.
I'm sure she felt that sting earlier today.
Oh, God.
Somehow they lost.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta take those losses and the learning lessons that come with it. We did see that knife kill come in as well. I thought there'd be maybe more than one, but Jesse Vash managed to get in there and, just add salt to that wound. It was close, the scoreline. There were a couple rounds in a row where it was like 7-7, 8-8, 9-9. But Paper X looked like they were struggling. Now, let's see how good your memory is. We're going to do the memory test. It looks like you're recalling the games quite well. So let me remind you of the rules. You guys weren't here at the desk yesterday. What happens is we're going to pull up one clip. We're going to give you 30 seconds to tell us what happens next in that clip, okay? So we're going to go one at a time. Who wants to go first?
Screw it, I'll do it.
He's the
Professor?
professor.
I'll do it
He's
first.
going to get it right.
All right, let's see
Professor
it.
Achilles. All right, let's pull up this first clip. All right, this is the first game, Team Secret and Paper X.
Oh, God, that's it?
What happens here?
Jeremy's
Timer's
going to
up.
swing back. The op shot's going to miss. Jeremy's going to get across to the right side towards underpass for free. And then I think Forsaken after this has to back away. I don't fully remember what... Oh, what is the rest of the game state? Did they
10
kill
seconds.
him here?
10 seconds left.
Oh, dear. Okay, so I know that he doesn't get this kill. I know that they get into the site. And I want to say that they might be able to get on top of Forsaken and
Time's
kill
up.
him.
You got this. You got this.
I'll go with that.
All right. Okay, let's see how correct Professor Achilles
Watch, he
is.
just kills him immediately. Yeah, there's a whiff. And then Jeremy's going to jump across.
Does he go under?
And then he pulls back. He misses again.
Oh!
Tries to, yeah, fast lane. Yeah,
Hey.
and then they just exits. And then they get onto the site.
All right.
Pretty much correct. That one feels bad.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie.
Nice
I forgot
job.
that he whiffed 3 times.
Yeah.
But
I would
Oh,
say that was like,
God.
yeah, 95% there. 95%.
can't believe-
Great. Let's go to the next one. Let's see if you're paying attention too,
Okay.
student quack.
All right.
Let's pull up the next
I'm
clip.
ready. Oh
this counts
God.
for 30% of your grade.
Oh, jeez. I can't fail this semester. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to repeat.
Okay, this is also from Team Secret and Paper X. This is
Jesus. Oh, this is.
Oh,
is
this
this
is
what
easy.
it's? Yeah. We know what happens here.
all right. Timer
So,
has started.
Basically, Paper X continue to move forward, but because Jesse Vash is here, he's got his cage. He's gonna spray a little bit with a frenzy. Tries to start up that feeding frenzy, but then runs out of ammo. And of course, we all love it. He pulls out his mace and he starts whacking and whacking them, and actually gets away with a knife kill. So condolences to Paper X for this one, but amazing plays. And of course, I think they just fall apart at this choke point.
Who does he kill with the knife?
That's a great question, Professor. I'm gonna say
Do you
it's
remember?
going to be Davai.
And let's roll the clip
Roll it.
and enjoy it.
Oh my God! Yeah, I got it. Is that a cookie?
Oh my God.
No.
No.
Nah, I
I'll
think,
get the Red Bull.
Maybe some extra credit points.
yeah, that was good. You guys,
I need more lessons.
that was the minimum. That was the minimum you needed
That was
to
an
do
easy
to
one.
pass.
That was an easy one.
That was a really fun one. That was the decider map yesterday too. That was our. We had gone to the third game.
Yep.
We saw our first split of VCT Pacific, so that was a lot of fun. I'm curious if we're going to see more of that today. So to find out more of that, we will talk on that after this commercial break. So don't go away. We'll be back in a minute.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm gone, baby. If I did you wrong, baby, you gotta elevate. I might be long, or I might come right home, even if I'm alone, baby. You gotta elevate. We made up. I told you to get away. You know I've been fed up. I said it before. It feels like we've been fading, 'cause of your stupid games. And I don't wanna wait more, but girl, you should know, baby, I love you so. Baby, I love you so. Baby, I love you so. I'm sorry that I never took you out. Oh, I'm sorry for the ways that I made you go. I love you so. You had my heart, but now it's something that we'll never know. Something that we'll never know.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. I'm Victoria, and at the desk with me today we have Achilleos and Quack. Now, let's talk about the game for today. We have DRX versus Global Esports, and DRX, they're the pride of Valorant Korea right now, and the team that all the other teams are a little nervous about.
I don't think it's just the pride of Valorant Korea. It's the pride of the entire Pacific League. They have shown incredibly consistent performances. They're always on top. They were the ones who kind of originated that set play, side execute sort of Valorant style, and they're just that strong.
Yeah, they really are. But now we have to see. This is going to be a big test for them. As you can see with the roster, Foxy9 again is starting, but so too is Buzz. We got last week Foxy's debut, but that was alongside Zest. Buzz was unable to be at the matches that day. Now we get to see them together. So this is actually the roster setup that everyone was anticipating. It was rumored to be playing at lock-in. And then very last minute, they said, okay, you know what? This needs to be fine-tuned a little bit more. We're not prepared to run this yet. Because obviously, there's a lot of moving parts with DRX. A lot of people covering multiple roles. Foxy9, not nearly as flexible, so they were still trying to figure out what they were going to do map over map with him. So now it feels like they are comfortable enough to implement this. So I'm curious if this was going to be the strategy last week, if Buzz was able to attend. Hard to say. Either way, we get to see it. So this is going to be Zest riding the bench at least for the first game, and we'll see what they decide to put together. So, because, I mean, this has heavy implications depending on what the map pool looks like.
And we also have Global Esports. And Global Esports, for one day, one whole day, they owned 2 DRX players, but I think they've returned them. So Global Esports, I know our predictions were kind of interesting. Why don't you walk us through Global Esports and where they are right now? I see they're still missing Rossi. Rossi.
I think visa issues still, but they are clearly the underdogs here. I think everyone knows how strong DRX are, even with different players coming in. But speaking of those multiple roles, right? Global Esports is one of those teams that has so many strong marksman, duelist type players, but they are forced to kind of play these different roles because this is the roster that they have. They need to find someone who can play a controller. If you were a duelist before, you're going to have to learn something new. And sometimes we see signs of excellence from that because that's kind of what they played last week against T1. They didn't do so well on their own map pick, but on Haven is where we actually saw a little bit of success, the way that they actually enabled Texture to go in. He managed to find an ace in round 7 of all things, pushing into the A site, dashing in and out of things. T1 wasn't really able to counter that somehow. So I think there is maybe a chance that perhaps GE can take away one map.
I mean, T1's performance kind of fell off a bridge when we did get into Haven, but I mean, that's not to discredit GE. They did look really strong. But as you pointed out, they are still missing their 2 Indian players. Lightning Fast is not here. SK Rossi is not here. They still have Vronsky, who's going to be, subbing in that role, and we got to see him debut, and things were a little bit rough for him. I think that, those first 2 maps, he wasn't finding an immense amount of impact. By the time that we did get over to Lotus for that 3rd and final, we were seeing him starting to level up, and he was actually starting to really frag. He was finding his comfort and whatnot, and that was his debut on a VCT stage. He wasn't able to be at lock-in. I think that today he's going to come in feeling a lot more comfortable, a lot more confident in his own play. That being said, this is still obviously a very much David and Goliath, as we often use that analogy, a very much David and Goliath matchup, because Global is that newer team. But to your point, Quack, they have been developing these duelist players into different roles, but they're going up against a team that has proven that that is actually a very sound strategy. The number of duelists that DRX has converted into playing other roles is astounding. RB in his own right started off as a Jet main, played a bit of Raze back in the first season and was looking pretty damn clean. But Mako, Buzz, these players have all started off as Jet 1 tricks and now have been molded into some of the best flex players that we have in the league. RB probably being one of the most flexible players globally, and Mako looking like the best controller in the world, and also up there in conversation for just best player flat out in the world. So this system can work. And if there's one thing that I really do believe in for the side of Global, it's the structure that they have set up around their coaching staff and around their team environment. They're doing a really good job of acclimating everybody, getting them used to each other, getting used to calming in English, and just making them feel like one big family. So I do have confidence in that, and I think that we have seen that translate into some of the performances from those former duelist players. And of course, Texture just being able to still play duelist is always very, very
Korean
nice.
Jets.
So yes, chef's kiss to Texture's Jet player. But I think that this is obviously going to be a really tough battle. Winning a map, depending on how this draft goes, is possible. And I think that if it does happen, maybe it's off of some discomforts from DRX with this, Foxy Buzz roster debuting kind of for the first time. But I really don't know.
It's really hard to say, and even last week's match was a little bit hard to determine. There were a lot of it was our first week, and there were a lot of it was a long night, and I don't know if that's actually how they play. Maybe they would have performed differently if the night was shorter. You were on the casting that day. That was a long night.
Yes.
Yeah. So what strengths do you see coming out from Global Esports? Perhaps that could give them the edge. I mean, Seth had some interesting.
I mean, hopefully it's just this upward trend that we're seeing from all the teams at Pacific. This is league play after all. Everyone gets to stay in Korea, scrim against each other. Maybe they learn a thing or two just being in this country overall. And just like DFM, hopefully they'll be able to improve. And like what Seth said, right? It's the whole thing of it does work, having duelists molded into different roles. It's possible. I just think that still... I definitely am a little bit hard on that Hopium/Copium right now against DRX. They are the ones who did that first. They are the ones who have the most experience doing that.
Yes.
So GE, if anything, maybe at least one map. It'll be a miracle they actually do win, and that would be awesome. But if anything, you get to learn a lot from this entire outcome.
Yes, I mean, I think this series is kind of going to be akin to ripping a bandage off, because from here, all the matches are just going to get easier. You're going up against the #1 team from Asia for the longest time now. Obviously we've had the peaks of PRX and whatnot, but as far as consistency is concerned, DRX has been that team. So this is kind of just getting over that hurdle and being like, okay, now we can breathe a little bit more easily. We know that the opponents aren't going to be quite as tough. Still very difficult, but not nearly as tough as these guys. But what I'm looking for in Global is a solid start. Even if they can't win the first map versus this Foxy Buzz lineup, I want to see a close game, because one of the things that they have been struggling with ever since lock-in, the thing that they have been talking about, is that they often start series slow. And that's not something that you can afford to do, especially if you're looking to compete on the international level. You have to be able to be strong out the gate. So I think that regardless, if they can come into this first map and push DRX, that is them trending in the right direction.
With that, let's pull up two of their key players, Mako and Bazi, and let's do a side-by-side comparison here to see what their strengths are, perhaps what their weaknesses are. I love this picture of Mako, by the way.
Doesn't have weaknesses.
He always looks happy. Yeah, I know.
Mako is solid.
He's
the most
invincible.
complete.
He continues to be the gentle giant. The guy is just nuts. I mean, obviously, first blood percentage, you're not going to see too much there from the controller unless he's just, solo anchoring a site and then starts clicking heads. But this guy is just the king of consistency. There's just, he almost does no wrong. We've seen a couple times at internationals where he has a little bit of a rough series from time to time, but even then, he's still able to find impact. And obviously, Zeta weren't performing nearly as well as we saw from their last series in this matchup versus DRX, but Mako was just consistently tearing them apart. The guy is so gifted, no matter what smoke he's playing, whether he's playing Viper, Ulm, Astra, he just knows what he's doing. Brimstone, for that matter, as well, on Fracture. Like, he just knows the ins and outs of every single agent's mechanics. Bazzi, on the other hand, this has been, so far, the best look for one of those duelists shifting over into a different position. Bazzi has kind of felt right at home. And I think back to kind of the initial announcement videos that Global were pushing when they put together this roster and everyone was saying WTF 5 duelists, or 4 duelists, whatever it was. Bazzi was talking about it. He says, you know what, I'm used to playing really selfishly and having my team set me up. I know what it feels like to have a good initiator backing you. And he says, now my goal is to make sure that I am just setting up for my duelists. So he's right there with Texture. If they need to do like a super, micro comm about something, they can obviously do it in Korean really quickly or something like that. But he knows what it takes because he has been in Texture's position, so he knows exactly what Texture is going to be looking for. And so far, he's been delivering. And obviously, his firepower hasn't suffered at all with this swap because he's still managing to find these kills, playing that Fade, playing that Sova.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. That's what we saw in Haven last week against T1. It's almost as if it's like God Dead setting up for Meteor, of course. And when it comes down to these things, it's knowing what your duelist is looking for. It's kind of like passing to your striker in soccer. And I just think Bazzi still has that potential, even if he's not playing just that person that sets up that duelist. if his duelist is gone, he is that backup duelist. He's the one who can come in, and we saw it in those clips. As Sky, as Fade, he gets information, he's still sharp, and that's one of those strengths when you have that many duelists on your team.
I mean, we've seen initiators go crazy, and I mean, another one to point out, since we do have this head-to-head matchup, or as far as the teams are concerned, is Zest, who we have seen, especially on maps like Ascent and whatnot, holding down that B site. Bazzi is that guy that can do very much the same.
Yeah.
With that, let's talk about our predictions. Let's see. All right.
One black sheep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Quack, maybe you should explain yourself.
I just wanted to support the underdog, just be a little bit different. We all know DRX are incredibly strong. I just didn't want like full blue on the whole thing. I did that already with Gen G, so I kind of want to hope for something different. Maybe just one map, just one, and just maybe.
Where was this for DFM yesterday?
Well, I didn't see that much from DFM the previous week. G at least took one map off of T1. Then that's kind of where my thought process was.
You could have.
Now I'm full DFM, of course, though. I'm just going to bleed.
But if you think about it, if you had joined the rest of us, perhaps that that caster curse would have happened, and then Global Esports could win. Maybe you've ruined it.
That's a great point. Yeah, maybe I've ruined it. I'll
He's
fix
already
my predictions
apologizing
next
as if
week.
it's his fault. This is Quack, the nicest guy in Singapore. Any last thoughts, Seth?
I think that I think that the main thing for GE is to come out here and just show a strong series. Don't get swept under the rug. If they can do that, that is a positive step forward, even ahead of them having their full roster out here. The visas have been issued, the passports are just being waited on, and hopefully by next week's play, we should have SK Rossi and Lightning Fast, here in South Korea. That is the hope, that is the dream. We'll have to just wait and see. But for me, I think that if GE can push DRX, pick up, 8+ rounds on a given map in this series, I think that is going to be a win.
Does DRX have any chinks in their armor? What are some weaknesses that they could exploit besides kidnapping Mako? Like, what else can they do?
It's tough, and I think that if there are going to be any gaps here, it might be from debuting this roster for the first time. Obviously, Foxy now has already gotten his debut out of the way. He looked incredibly strong. He finished off their first map with an ace with that operator, getting that collat to start things off. It was a really strong performance, but it also was a little bit of a slow start from him. So I think that if they can rack up rounds early and then just carry that momentum, they might have a chance.
Well, any last blessings for Global Esports? Because we're about to go live.
I just fully agree with Seth. If they can push them, that would be good. So GE fighting. Hopefully, we see one map.
All right, let's go to the stage. They're ready to go.
Face.
Ladies and gentlemen, VCT Pacific starts now. We have Global Esports versus DRX.
Yeah, I mean, to the younger players here who just recently had their debuts, walking out against each other here on stage. And again, my eyes are going to be on Ronsky in this set. I think that he needs to have a very strong start in this if they want to have a hope of being able to push DRX to the limits. As Buzz is saying, oh, it's my first time on the stage. I gotta go around the front, my bad. Oh crap, I'm gonna look like an idiot.
You know, maybe he was just like that ready to start gaming.
Yeah, actually.
That could
Ready
be one
to
of
go.
those things, but now both IGLs, man, staring down each other with a fist bump.
Aaron looks serious.
He does. And I gotta say, after spending quite a bit of time with Aaron, both in Korea as well as in Sao Paulo, I think that he has a very solid head on his shoulders. He is somebody who takes the game very seriously. He's got a great idea of how to play it, but he also sets very realistic expectations for him and his team, rather than demanding the impossible, and tries to work with them to just continue to develop them. So if he finds weaknesses, if he identifies something that they need to work on, he makes sure that he works with that player to improve those aspects. So I really like Aaron as a leader. We'll see how the shot calling goes though against a very, very seasoned veteran on the international stage in Stacks.
Leadership quality is definitely important, but of course, also important is for the coach, because they are the ones who get to develop the teams. And Termi, Glow, of course, alongside Eraser from Global Esports, we have to see how they will continue to develop these teams. DRX managed to stay on top, and for Global Esports, hopefully they get to climb up.
Wonyet looks so happy to be here. And he also looks like he has sweaty palms.
He's pretty young.
He's
pretty young.
I appreciate that. He just looks a little excited going to the stage, sweaty palms. We do have a live audience, which is always a great experience for all of these teams. I think it's not their first time in front of a live audience, but I think it's been a while since you've had consistently every single weekend a live audience watching you.
Yeah, I mean, we've been fortunate to have it for a bit longer than the other regions out here in Korea. Obviously, from our playoffs, we started having it back in stage 2. But now having 3 days of play every single week, a live audience there, it's wonderful to see, but it's also great to see the other regions finally being able to enjoy that, what with Americas and EMEA having kicked off now. But our stage is better, so.
Hey, hear that? Love
That's
our
right.
Stage.
We got more heart on our stage. Lotus banned, so they straight up banned, given G's performance.
This is this is not even to do with Global Esports performance. I'm not even trying to disrespect GE. They did look strong. They have looked strong on Lotus, but it has absolutely nothing to do with it. DRX is just not going to show Lotus until they feel confident in their play. And honestly, that might not happen even at Tokyo. It might happen at Champions, but I wouldn't be surprised if we just don't see Lotus from DRX this entire year. Haven is selected. I kind of question that one being left open by the side of GE. Maybe they feel confident on it after besting T1 there, because they did look quite strong, but that has always been an incredibly strong map for DRX, so that one I'm not sure about.
It's a little bit tricky, but Split then being the second pick, that one kind of seems as if they want to exploit the fact that none of the current teams have played Split so far.
I mean, but DRX
I
has
know.
played it. They played it a lot.
The
other thing is that GE selected Split versus Vitality,
and they lost.
And it was not great.
I know.
It was actually the same score that they beat T1 on Haven. It was a 4-13 loss to them. So, yeah. Obviously, they must feel like, A, they've got a very strong read on Haven. They've got to be feeling very good about their performance versus T1 on that map. I'm guessing that they've also improved things, and they have watched tape on DRX and have a decent understanding of what they're going to look to do there. But the Split, that is where I have probably the most concerns.
Yeah, so I guess hopefully it's going to be either one of these maps that G finds a bit of a strong start to. Otherwise, we just get to see DRX continue to grow their ceiling. And then when it comes down to the agent select as well, this is where I have a bit of curiosity, seeing what they will pick. Of course, on the side of DRX, this is tried and true. We've got that Flash and Dash, Breach and Jet. Foxy 9 this time, of course, will be the new Jet. And then RB back to the Sova.
Yeah, I mean, this is bread and butter for Stacks, being on that Breach. And RB has played the Sova many a time. This was, he's been playing it since they had Lakia on the squad, and everyone's saying, why the hell is RB playing Sova? You have Lakia, why not have him play? And then they did sub in Lakia, and then things didn't go so well. So, RB has proven himself to be just an incredible player. My biggest concern for GE is going to be going into Haven, breachless, not having that combo. So we'll see how they decide to pilot this.
I mean, this was the same comp that they played last week against T1. Maybe they found a bit of success. Maybe they want to continue to try it, and hopefully they will be able to find some bits of success. Their pistols have been pretty good so far, especially in lock-in. On to the next one. We'll see how it works out.
Man, we are talking like we're looking at a funeral right now, and I really hope that's not the case. I want Global Esports to, like you said, Quack, at least get one map, show their worth here. So with that, all there's left to do is to get into the game and hear from our casters. We have William, and William, tell me, who is that dashing lad standing next to you today at the caster desk?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce my friend here, Brendan Valdez. He's a dashing man. Honestly, what else am I supposed to say about you? We're excited to be here for VCT Pacific. And, I mean, we were looking at the map ban pick as well. And, we've got some questions, right? The Haven, somewhat obvious, but then the split, I mean, Global Esports really trying to bank on that for map 2. But first of all, they're going to have to get through this Haven, which they did play well on last week.
Yeah, they absolutely did. I think that, a lot of confidence in their own play on this map. We often hear from pro teams, they're like, well, we're not even considering what the other team is thinking. We looked good on this map. We want to get into it, and we want to take it down. Obviously, DRX very strong on this one, which should make for a very exciting map number 1. As Haven, we did see Global Esports take the 13-4 against T1, and you were pointing out to me, William, they were running the same exact comp.
Yeah, I mean, they were going with the no Sova last week. They're sticking with it again. Now, they were using, the dual flashes to great efficiency, right? Really just setting up a lot of ways for Texture to break through. And then you have the paranoia from Monette as well. So technically 3 different types of flashes here for Global Esports. Now, you're going up against a team who, once they have tape, they know how to prep for you. I'm curious what the plans are going to be. Of course, the read coming out from DRX that it's going to be an early A push here.
Yes, waiting in position. Out comes Foxy9, gonna pick up one, but gets taken out by Aran, and down in sewers, even winning that fight as well, is Global Esports, so already off to a good start for them.
Ooh, now, I don't think Global Esports necessarily suspected that to come in, but hold on, we'll see. Okay, well, Stacks, not much hope there. Buzz probably just gonna try to get whatever kills he can early, because it is a 1v4.
And that's it, Ronsky with the 3K to start us off. And already, Global Esports off to a fantastic start. A very aggressive push out from Foxy9 to try to take them on long did not quite work out for DRX.
Now, I like the idea, right? We don't see that too often, especially not on pistol rounds coming out from DRX. A bit of a gamble. Now, what I think happens here is if Foxy9 didn't get that first kill, the backup actually just backs off as well, empties the site. But since he gets the first kill, they say, okay, no, they're still paranoid. Let's all flood in, try to finish this round early. And then they're just not quick enough. Global Esports recovers, and they're able to get that quick and easy pistol round.
Yeah, pretty interesting stuff from DRX to get this aggressive from the defender side. This time, Global Esports going to be setting up around mid, maybe looking for some picks before we do get going on this one.
Oh, I like that from Aaron, right? Even with the Spectre, just breaking that door to see if anyone tries to swivel off of that, right, just to get an easy pick. Try to figure out where DRX is, because when the opponents are on an eco, you want to try to figure out what's their gamble, because usually it's a stack. Now, DRX is playing non-traditionally compared to most teams, where they're just saying, just play default. Even if it's pistols, get whatever 1v1s we can, and then let's go from there. Foxy9 being spotted, so yeah, Global, they should just try to force to keep him there, because you know there's backup as well, and then rotate to the other side.
They're doing a great job of that here, trying to take this second round, and you can see there's only Mako on the site trying to get whatever kills he can, spots him, but immediately gets taken out by Texture, as it is not looking very great for him, as Texture, even through the smoke, gonna take down 2.
Yeah, I mean, Mako, he makes the best choice he can, not hiding in the smoke, which is a bit more obvious. He tries to hang back in the very back corner and get an easy pick, but they're working with just classics here for DRX. Now, if this is a flawless for Global, though, they could go for another quick rush in round 3, and that could spell trouble for DRX.
That's a 4K for Texture already, who has started off looking very strong from the pistol round and on. And there's that flawless you were talking about, as very nicely handled, very calm play here on the attack until they go for the push from Global Esports.
Man, I gotta say, there was a time when the crowd would go wild for Texture plays, but because they're up against DRX right now, I mean, it is 5 Korean players on the other side here in Seoul, so there, a lot of the fans trying to cheer for DRX, holding their breath. We'll see Global. I mean, no surprise here, right? You get to keep all your weapons, and they didn't buy up to Vandals or Phantoms, so it's 4 Spectres. They're gonna go for a rush. Now, my big question is Mako. It looks like he's poised to just stick this.
Yeah, he is going to get one, but immediately gets taken out by the Bulldog, and now Buzz alone on the site, kind of being bullied, but he will get the headshot here, but a little bit of roast pop and gets the kill with the shorty.
You can never doubt that. Buzz will always have a shorty in his back pocket.
At the same time, Buzz still here, 16 health, as he is trying to hold down the site pretty much alone. Bazzi seeing what he can do. 1v3, but he gets shot down through the box as Foxy9 will clean things up, and DRX will take down the bonus round.
Wow, what a good hold from Buzz. I was a little concerned, right, because Mako gets 1 kill, so then Buzz tries to flood the site with him. Mako actually gets taken out seconds before, and then Buzz is all alone, but you know this guy loves to shorty. I mean, he was putting up, I think, one of, if not the most shorty kills over at Lock-In as well. So, I mean, he knows which angles to hold if he's being pressured on his own, and then backup arrives in the form of the drone as well as some of the flashes coming out. And, Buzz, he didn't get to play week 1. He's back with a vengeance.
Yeah, and consider that Global Esports, they were on the site. They had a very good entry as Foxy9 is going to just pick up a quick headshot here on long. And still, Buzz was just able to hold it down all by his lonesome, essentially, until his teammates came over. So a very crucial hold as well. Otherwise, they might have been overwhelmed on that site. So now DRX going to start off in a very good spot with that opening kill onto a very important member of Texture.
Yeah, without the Jet, I mean, what more can you do? Your comp revolves around setting up for Texture, right? You don't have any solid info like the Silver or the Fade. You're really just working off of these flashes to set them up. So Global Esports are cutting noise, but they don't have the spike here yet. Wow.
Well, a very common spot to, do little bunny hops and check. And Ronsky is going to put an end to that nonsense, and Foxy9 gets a little bit of revenge here in Sewers.
Foxy9's kill was so important because otherwise DRX would be left guessing whether they would rotate or not off of that kill. Now Foxy9 getting that kill knows that means Global Esports still was, trying to contemplate their ideas. Now that they're down to 30 seconds and none of the Killjoy utility has been tripped, DRX has a fairly good idea that this is going to be A.
Absolutely, and here they come. Spots Ronsky, Foxy9 in the corner. They do not check this angle, and that is a 4K already for him. As RB is going to clean up that last person. As, okay, DRX going to tie things up.
Need a drop.
Now, DRX so far, they've been sticking with the Vanessa. I was wondering if you go right up to the operator, and you might as well. You also have the blade sword if you need to make close plays. But plays like this, right? Pushing out on top of the boxes there on A main, those are not plays we're used to seeing from DRX on defense, especially on E-side, because this is one of the few teams that is actually very confident in their A retake. But I like their adjustments because they know that Global likes to hit hard and fast onto this A site.
And that's a way to get in their heads from the get-go and just say, nope, you will not be able to do this. We will be shutting this down. We will be getting aggressive. As here's Foxy9. He's got the op. Looking for the pick, does not hit that first shot. As knives are out. That's going to be one on Tabazi.
They're going to try to hunt this down, though. It's an eco anyway. But he's not stopping.
Yeah, this chase down not really working out for them as he's just lining up shot after shot. Missed the first one, but since then has been clean. Texture gonna look to peek the angle with Monyet distracting, but Foxy9 has none of that and has a couple knives on RB though. Texture will get shot down. And now with the shorty in the smoke, Foxy9 is buying so much time.
Yeah, Foxy just trying to, Foxy loves doing this, by the way, just updrafting just to gain info and try to stay alive. Buzz, no, don't do it, Buzz.
Yeah. Monyet gonna go down. 1v3 there, trying to make his way onto the site. Not going to happen. So DRX 3 rounds in a row, and they hold on to that operator.
Yeah, that's the most important thing, right? They get to keep that operator, the investment, and Foxy, he whiffs on the first one, but he will be able to climb back with a couple extra kills for his bank.
Taking out the Jet, had the knives out. especially since it's Texture, right? You wanna take him out there before you really get swarmed on the A side. And so far, all of the takes from Global Esports outside of the pistol round have been unsuccessful onto the A side.
GS has a read on this. Oh, but Foxy's just a bit quicker. I think their idea was, do you push out of Garage? And if you don't, let's break the Killjoy Util. I think that call is finally coming in for Global Esports. But Foxy9 is just quicker. And here's the thing, that's why a lot of people have been excited to see him on this DRX squad, is his opping is so confident.
Yeah, it's not really fair when a guy can just come out here and confidently peek 3 people, get a pick, and get away, right? It's pretty rough.
Yeah, with nary a scratch, so. And then now he's rotated back to A already, and then on top of that, RB already has info. Yep. But look at this. I mean, they keep using utility to plant him forward, which is not what DRX usually does. Global Esports, they're just getting bashed around left and right.
Yeah, 2 op kills already for Foxy9, and if you keep slowly peeking the corners, he will continue to slowly take you out. It's now push on to B through the courtyard. Let's see if this works out. A couple smokes already down, but 3 members of D on the site as they look for Mako. The spray through, and they do get Mako, as he was the only one on the site at the time. Stacks here trying to line it up, but gets 2v1'd, and all of a sudden, little chance here, but RB with the 2K looking for Aaron, who is on the site. They did not get the spike down.
Yeah, time is not on Aaron's side. The Blade Storm's at the ready. Yeah, Foxy9 is just trying to play for time. They want to play this as a strong 2v1 here.
Oh, he did not get the blitz. He cancels it early and 2 seconds to go. That's just going to be Buzz waiting it out, as that will be the round over to DRX. And Aaron at least is going to pick up the kill, but oh, he's going to be kicking himself for that.
Yeah, well, I mean, Foxy9 making the play to say, you know what, we have good econ, so let's just stop the plant. Instead, let's just deny the team credits going over to the other side. I like that idea, right? I mean, yes, you know, you can argue you had the operator, was it really worth it? You could go for a 2v1 retake, but listen, with movement like Foxy9's, you might as well. He scares him off the plant. And I was wondering if maybe even the Hunter's Fury just to play for time, but DRX seems confident that they want to save that for later. Wow.
Very funny round, actually, what with the craziness. And Aaron doesn't look too disturbed. He's like, ah, well, got the 2 kills, and they will take a timeout from here.
Yeah, I mean, they at least get the operator out of their hands, so they're going to have to reinvest into that. Because, you know, if they're able to carry that forward another round, I mean, you got to imagine that their econ's going to look pretty strong for the rest of the first half. So we've got some hands for DRX here, but on the right side, it's actually for Texture. Nada is his Korean name.
Yeah.
So cheering for Texture as well. So got fans cheering for both sides. I mean, here's the thing. Global Esports, we've talked about this several times on the desk and the cast. I mean, they are quite a star-studded lineup if you look at them individually across different countries and regions. So it's no surprise that there's a big following for this squad.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think with all that confidence in their own play, perhaps, you know, challenging DRX on Haven, coming out here, trying to take the win from map 1 could be a way to get things started, especially with the split coming up for map 2. As let's see if GES can stop the onslaught of DRX, who have taken 4 rounds in a row.
Yeah, so DRX, they particularly saved the Hunter's Fury because of the lockdown coming up for Aaron, right? So they want to just make sure they counter any of these hard execs coming in from Global Esports. Now, I like the changes from Global. They're finally starting to figure out where are the Killjoy abilities being used by Buzz, just so we can disrupt them early on in the round.
Oh, he misses. And Buzz now, he's got to kind of concede the garage for now, as he will go back onto the C site. But you'll note that GE are taking this very slow. They have not pushed in just yet.
Yeah, the problem being that we've got Foxy9, hiding here. And I don't think the turret spotted him. The Guiding Light finally will. So they know that this information's been given up. This signifies to Global that they actually just have to go C. They don't have any other options here. And DRX is ready for it. They've already flooded it with 3 people.
There you go. Skyalt comes out as they move on to the C site. And already in the smoke is Texture. Let's see if Stax has got it. Okay, Buzz gonna get 1, but Texture following up. They clear out the C site. Now we'll get that spike down.
Well, Global Esports, I think they're gonna force a save here and finally claw back. one of the big things was that null command coming in on that KO, right? Ronsky pops it a little bit further behind, but right as they're about to enter, they pop the Seekers first, and then the null command on top of it. And that means that you don't respond fast enough. Your utility's all tied up for DRX. They've already chosen to flood the site, so they actually just have to pick these duels. But you're simply outnumbered. So a great setup from Global Esports. This is a round they needed to win by investing all these ultimates.
That was pretty cool to see. You know, that's one way to essentially stop the streak of DRX. And it started off with kind of getting Buzz out of Garage as well. They were able to start with that, take it over, and charge on through. And with enough ultimates, they do make the play happen. So Global Esports only one round behind, you know, sticking in it so far against DRX.
Yeah, I mean, listen, a lot of people thought this would be a very one-sided affair. I would say so far Global is putting up a fight. Now, of course, DRX isn't really showing too much of their hand. They're playing very default heavy, especially with the operator. They got a little frisky in the first couple rounds, but nothing too special. My big question is, win or lose, can Global Esports start to force other setups here coming out from DRX? Because otherwise, it looks like Foxy9's happy to just always go into ace or ace short with the operator.
And that's exactly where he's headed to once again, as a knife was used, but is going to be holding this one down, as we do see Global is setting up with 4 guys outside of lobby.
Okay, Foxy9 gets a little greedy trying to pop that Trailblazer. He has been very good about crouching underneath that turret not to get spotted.
Oh, meanwhile, okay, just
yeah, Monyet just sticks that ultimate, a bit risky.
And he is right there to take him down, as now they are on the east side, but they don't really have a good idea of where the members of DRX are as they clear them out.
Right here.
And now they're just gonna kind of awkwardly back away as DRX are in position with 5 guys around this site.
If Global Esports, if you wanted to really just stick to this A-site rush heavily, I almost think from the shadows from Monyet, maybe he was better just in the site, right? Just to check if backup has arrived or not. Unfortunately, he tries to greed a lot more space with it, and backup was already there, right? I think the reason Global Esports still continues is because they realize Stacks comes to kill him. They're like, okay, they haven't entered the site yet, but RB was already there, right? And then the breach utility can still come in to back up. So a bit of a tough round for Global Esports, and I think what we're starting to see is they haven't figured out an answer for this operator just yet.
So they're just gonna save on this one. Not going to look to get on in there.
Revealing area.
As DRX
10
just
seconds left.
Waiting it out as well. It's gonna put DRX at 5 and 3 in this map so far.
Yeah, Global Esports, while they're econ, if they wanted, they could still buy up next round, but I think they're considering, listen, it's already a 5v2, they have an operator, and we don't want to give Buzz his lockdown for free, right? He's only 1 point away from it, so they say, yeah, it's ideal if we get a couple guns out away from their hands, but if eventually they're going to keep the operator anyway, no big deal. Let's just save it and play the long run, because there's still a handful of rounds left here in the first half.
Still got some time. Foxy's going to be playing up on top of the middle of B, as he will be looking into the window.
Going to push out as Foxy covers him? I think so. He's just going to check for any garage movement. Of course, not going to go all the way out as the breach alone, but look at how fast Stacks is on that rotation on the map, right? They hear all this noise on A, and he's checked a bit for any movement towards garage. They don't see any of it. Killjoy Util is holding C-site strong, so this is a relative stack here on the A side already for DRX. Now, Global Esports, they're looking for a fake here.
I see a flash come out. We got the drone here as well, really just trying to get as much info as possible, but everybody does avoid the eyes of the drone. At the same time, very slow play here from Global, taking their time, as it does look like they are ramping up for an A push, although...
Yeah, so this is one of those rounds where Global Esports, they actually don't have any solid info themselves. They've been trying to sell a type of fake one side or the other, but since they don't have any hard info, they're bringing back the Sky because they want to signify the Trailblazer is where we want to go. Now that they don't see anyone guarding close in garage, yeah, okay, they get the better read. Aaron says, okay, we still saw the Killjoy over on that side. Let's just put the lockdown here for the fake. Does DRX bite on this?
30 seconds left.
Oh, we'll see. We see Stacks is moving behind through spawn. Foxy gonna get caught there in B, as the push is actually coming in onto A. Mako gonna hold it down. Stacks picks up a second, as meanwhile the push onto A is relatively weak and slow. Mako in position. Monyet able to get two, though, as out with the shorty comes Mako, but he's going to get shot in the back as this plant is getting down.
Quite messy, but you know what? They're able to get the plant and stay ahead in numbers, which was the ultimate destination for Global Esports. Now, Buzz, he's done this before.
Ooh, he's trying to hop through the smoke, and down he goes. Monyet picks up a fourth. And Global Esports, a very tricky kind of round in that one, but it certainly works out.
I mean, they had me guessing for a couple moments as well, right? Because it was very clear they wanted to do a fake one side or the other. But then bring the Sky back, I wondered if they actually just send in Texture on A side and then use the Trailblazer to slow enter into C. No, the idea was if we can clear Garage, I'll put in a deep lockdown and at the very least draw out the Hunter's Fury, right? And that gave the signal for Global to enter into the site. It's a little messy, but again, they do it just in time to get another round win.
And the morale is very high for Global because they are playing round for round with DRX, and Monyet essentially just pushed on, perfect timing through the smoke onto A and caught them with their pants down, and that is going to be a huge boost to the feelings here for the side of Global, as now trying to set up in mid in a courtyard and see if they can make a push on the B.
Yeah, I think Global right now, what they ideally want is to draw out some of these hard ultimates like the Rolling Thunder or the Lockdown, right? Try to just fish for some of those ultimates here on B and then get out quickly afterwards if they can. They've checked Killjoy as well, not just her utility.
And Buzz, after that, this time he's going to push forward as the drone going to spot a very sneaky Texture.
Now, the problem is, now they put up a good smoke on A lobby just to keep Foxy9 tied up there. Are they going to actually commit to this with all these ultimates over on DRX's side? Are they going to push through? Please do.
Couple members pushing through right now as the plant, though, is going to be onto B.
Okay, but this is very good because if the Rolling Thunder comes out on B site, they have a way out onto A link. So DRX actually not set up in prime position for this retake.
There's a couple of guys still on A. Ronsky is coming in from behind them.
They haven't found Foxy9 yet. They know he usually likes to play A. Ronsky's the insurance right now to watch from behind.
Yeah,
no.
We got the lockdown as, Monyet gonna be taken down as out here in mid. Bossy on the edge of it, spots Buzz, but gets taken out, and a snipe from Foxy9. They clear them out. It's only Texture on this one, as he does have an ability to try to stop this one in the 3 different smokes, but down he gets taken by Buzz's shorty. And that should be enough time. Yes, it will.
Oh man, if he actually got that last bullet onto Stax' head through the smoke, that would have been round win here for Global Esports. But a great idea, but the problem comes in the fact that Ronsky, after he gets the kill in A Heaven, he actually wants to wrap all the way around because they realize they've lost site control over to C Link, and then their movements have all been red because Foxy9 was still remaining over on A site with that operator.
They're having some fun there at the end, swinging some hammers onto the dead bodies as Texture really made them work for that one. That was not an easy round for DRX, even at the end of it. As here comes Global. They got 5 guys out in lobby. We're gonna push through long.
Okay, so Global, they're understanding how to push Foxy out of sewers. Okay, this time they commit even better to it. They want to get the chase down.
Oh, and the knives through the smoke as Texture is in there. Foxy able to get 2, and he's still got this operator. Finally gets taken out by a ghost. As Global on a little bit of an eco, they're trying to push on in here. They will get this plant.
Yeah, and they have an operator on Botsy, and they have the Vandal on Texture as well. This is easily defendable. Mako's just been scratched through the wall.
Oh, Monyet gonna just headshot here with the Sheriff. And not much hope for Mako, who's on 30 health.
Yeah, there's not much you can do. And it looks like Global Esports also just trying to favor the rifles in case Mako wants to get crafty, but he just says, all right, well, you know, RB and Foxy9 low on their econ, so let's make sure we can even out all of our buys. I would guess that Global, they are going to take it. Okay. Well, he could also just buy another extra rifle for himself afterwards. So most likely what you'll see is Texture open up the round with the operator in the coming round, the last round of the half, and then he'll toss it over to Botsy or somebody else as he goes in with a rifle. They could also just trade if that's the plan here.
And a Thrifty in round 11 from the side of Global. And it should boost them through into this final round of the half. And it's going halvesies on attack is, you know, it's decent as Texture. He opened this entire thing up, but Foxy, very importantly, made it a little bit even towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, Foxy was staying alive for way longer than he had any business doing so. So a good thrifty coming out from Global Esports, and Texture will keep the operator. Now, looking at his econ, I think he did buy a rifle on the side as well. And again, they could always toss it off to somebody else.
Blades out here for Foxy as he is pretty far up here. Also has a stinger, just in case.
And just a little backup plan, especially in that close range. It's going to do wonders. Of course, the Blade Storm available for when he eventually might want to get the flank. Now, Global Esports, they purposely give up a lobby. They know that DRX has been focusing so hard on that area. Yeah, they're going to continue to check how far they've pushed up. I like all this utility, the Sky utility usage coming out from Global Esports. They're trying to make sure they confirm what information that DRX needs.
Foxy.
Oh, he doesn't
get
hit by it!
He doesn't get hit. He's going to get two
Oh
headshots in a row. Unbelievable. Foxy 9. The timing and the wherewithal to make that happen. And then to click on the heads, unbelievable stuff, as now Global 3v5 have to push in this last round of the half.
And let's just say that moment is exactly the value that Foxy 9 brings to the squad. Being able to make that decision of, I can try to get ahead of this guiding light just to catch them off guard, the types of risky plays that DRX usually does not make.
Yeah, now they're trying to force this onto me. Already a lot of damage taken by Ronsky, just by a turret and etc. As here on the site they are. Texter going to pick up 1 as he updrafts, and it's pretty obvious where he is. DRX going to pick up 7 on defense on Haven.
What a decision coming out from Foxy 9. And I gotta imagine that was all his own decision making, because a backup had already kind of left. They just planted him there. He realizes that, you know, the Trailblazer is being used. I think RB breaks it for him, and then he sees the guiding light, and he gets clean 2 kills as well. Just crisp with that Blade Storm.
Sometimes it's not easy to land those headshots, especially when they're running away from you. You can't always predict, you know, what direction they're going to be going. But Foxy 9, you see, he's really excited.
Yeah.
Kind of giggling like a little kid. Pretty cute there, as probably doesn't feel like a little kid for Global Esports playing up against this guy, as he is just kind of dominating them.
Yeah, a bit of a giant on the stage right now, and I think he's got to feel especially proud, because a lot of the Korean fans, while they've been excited to see Foxy 9 play, they still had the question of, okay, yeah, but you still haven't gone up against the likes of Texture or Meteor, the other Korean Jets that we know that have played on other teams even abroad and proven themselves. So how good are you really, right? We're not going to hype you up just yet. He comes in and says, well, I can go toe-to-toe, if not ahead of the likes of Texture.
Yeah, well, so far he has proven that, I think, in this first round. It's still early times in the entire series, but a great start here for DRX and the rest of the squad. As you mentioned, though, playing pretty default still outside of Foxy 9, and that's kind of what we did expect. A little bit of a wild card is love from Brazil.
Wow.
Made it all the way here.
I mean, after DRX's performance over in Sao Paulo, no surprise that we've got fans visiting from Brazil. Great to have them here in the studio, cheering for DRX. And listen, this is why DRX has so many fans in Korea as well, because they've really been spearheading the Korean Valorant scene, right? And letting it be known to the world that Korea is here to compete, and now they help represent VCT Pacific. And now all these other teams have a chance to constantly play against DRX every week and try to get a good power check of what they can do to try to overtake this team eventually, who most people expect to still be #1 here this season.
Yeah, and so far, you know, it only has been a couple of weeks. We have many more to go, but it is looking that way from what we can tell from the play over the last couple of weeks. As here we go, we have swap side, DRX now on the attack. And from the minimap, looks like they are setting up for a bit of a play on to C.
Yeah, with the frenzies as well. They're just going to go hard and fast here. And no surprise, right? You know that Global also is going to have to play stacks. I mean, with the composition they have, their retakes are not going to be as strong if it's a full 5v5. So especially in a round like the pistol, and DRX just hoping that Global Esports doesn't win the gamble. They will still send the recon bolt, and it should be a safe entry.
Yeah, I mean, they are in here pretty safely and freely, as Global will have to go for the retake here on this pistol round.
Yeah, now Global, I mean, they were surely prepared for this, because they didn't have Aaron overextending on C.
Already pushing into Garage. His Buzz gets one, but there is a guy in the window that they did not clear out. As Aaron and Monyet push on through, as now with utility out, he's being sprayed down. Foxy, though, is able to trade one back. Headshot from Texture. And this retake is happening. Global Esports with only RB left to take down.
Now they are very low, but the shock dart doesn't do the job just yet.
Ooh, that's that
no.
peak. And now Aaron, okay, Aaron's gonna pick it up and the defuse will be stuck.
Yeah, that was getting, that was getting a little close because everyone was scratched up quite a bit. But I like it from Global. They understand that DRX also, if they get the site for free, they're going to have to push out to either C-Link or Garage. Both teams trying to fight for that space, but Global is there just in time to use their utility to fight back and push through from double angles. Oh, listen to that energy coming out from GE.
Yeah, I mean, that's the feeling of taking a pistol round with a full retake 5v5 against DRX, and it's really what they needed. You know, if you go down 8-5, you give a couple of rounds over to the side of DRX on defense on Haven, you're not really going to be in a comfortable spot here. As Marshall out for Texture, Foxy9 will be the unfortunate bait for the team.
Yeah, Texture surely hearing what I said during that halftime and saying, nah, the match ain't over yet. Let me put Foxy back in his place. Comes out with the trusty old Marshall. All right, Bozzy sees him, but because there's no backup, he doesn't try to stick the kill. I like that decision from Botsy. Says, you know what, it's a Spectre long range. I'm not going to take the risk. I'm going to wait and call for Ronski's help.
Yeah, they can play it safely. Trailblazer on through. RB with the classic headshot from that range. Very nicely done. As now Botsy on the site is going to try to spray them down as they rush through the smoke. As, yeah, the blind is too good, and Buzz is not going to get it done. Mako as well does get cleaned up. And 2 rounds now for Global Esports after the half.
Yeah, and they recover the Bulldog as well, so only losing one member, not a bad place to be, right? Texture, he's going to continue to stick with that Marshall, try to save up for that Operator in the coming rounds. Now the bonus is, it's important here. It's okay for Global Esports to lose this round, but most ideally, they actually get closer to their ult orbs, right? And through kills, I mean, right? Getting 2 or 3 weapons out of the opponent's hands, and if you ideally you can stack it on the Bodsy or Aaron to get these crucial retake ultimates, that's the most ideal scenario.
Yeah. It's definitely what you would want as DRX going to take it slow to start. Setting up pretty similarly to what we saw Global do. As maybe a push through Garage, as we are not going to be looking to go see long, as now here comes Global out of lobby. As RB is here, and that push will be sort of stifled, but there are 4 members who are going to take this push from Global.
Global Esports, they're getting very greedy with this. You've already been spotted.
Oh, shot through the smoke though. Ronski going to get one. RB
Monyet
is trying to take down Monyet. Finally does. A little bit late to help his teammate there as Buzz does poke out as well. And they have stifled the push for now, but already a couple of kills for Global.
Okay, but here's the thing. Botsy is going to get his ultimate, right? I mean, unless he unfortunately dies to Spike. I mean, it's almost better for him right now to die to a member of DRX. So he'll get his ultimate. They've already taken away 2 weapons. Buzz is weak as well. So if Global can take out one more person here, ideally on Ronski, and then even if they lose a round, it's actually a very, very good position for Global to be in for the defending half.
Yeah. As see Ronski pushing his way through very slowly, but they are all out on long. As Botsy is going to be the one that has to check for this. Some shots thrown out, and Botsy,
he's got a Phantom.
Blind comes out, he gets one.
Guiding Light.
As there's another blind, and RB will get the kill through the blind, but Ronski 1v1. Getting pretty low on time, though, as he does try to stick this, but a nice little shot will come through from RB. But 4 kills from Global in that round is still going to make them feel pretty good.
Oh, a solid round. I mean, the only thing that might sting a little bit is that, you know, RB was able to get a couple of these extra points and he's close to his Hunter's Fury, but don't mind that, right? You take away 4 weapons, you put your Seekers online, you're only 2 points away from that null command on Ronski, and you now have a round where you're buying that Operator. You are now in a position where you have the full set of utility that you've always wanted on the defensive half. This allows him to not have to stack a site because the Operator can hold on to that site for just a bit longer on his own.
And that's what Texter's going to be looking for here. See if he can do what Foxy did in the last round. He is going to miss that first shot. As here comes DRX. Drone going to be thrown into sewers just to try to clear this one out.
Now, this is a big difference between DRX and Global, right? They're not sticking just to chase down this operator. They actually keep fishing for information in mid, and they're going to slow
Texture
forward.
Here.
Oh, I think he knows, though. As
Yeah,
the
they know
shots
it's
through,
across.
and there it is. Ronsky is right there to help him out, and this is totally cleared up as Stax alone on the site. He's flashed. He's being surrounded right now.
Oh,
Does
the
run
out of bullets!
As Botsy is going to pick him up, and only one person dies on the side of Global as they tie things up. This is a very even map so far. Global absolutely could take it from here, and that would be a wonderful start for them.
Yeah, they can, and here's the other thing that I actually start to get a little concerned about. Oh, he actually saw the end of that shadow step as well, so yeah, they knew it was a crossfire. But going back to my point, it's the fact that while Foxy and I is great individually, how much practice... Wow, Vanya. How much practice have you had as a team, right, with RB on the Sova? His Sova's fine, but it's not the original starting five to get these amazing site execs to get back in and plant. Oh,
and Texture
no.
is just shooting fish in a barrel. There were 4 of them out there on long. He's going to pick up 2, and he's still holding on to that operator. Yes, Aaron did go down, but yeah, they're holding on to this one pretty nicely. Botsy right here to stop any pokes through onto B.
Yeah, they saw Buzz in mid, so they're just hanging back, right? No reason to take any risks. Now, the reason they're trying to keep a little bit close to B site is ideally Global Esports also doesn't use any ultimates to save this round, right? And DRX now that...
Oh, man.
Well, I was about to say, ideally, they fish out some of these ultimates, but they're all just going to get taken out. I think at the start of the round, their idea was, hey, if the operator's on C, let's at least get a free ult orb and get what we can. But a timeout coming up from DRX.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not...
I think this is a good time to take a timeout, okay? They kind of got spanked a little bit in the last 2-3 rounds, and they will have to come up with some kind of strategy to shut down this operator.
And the other thing is we know historically, Tourney will not call timeouts unless he feels is absolutely necessary. We've seen many games against teams that DRX deems weaker where they might get caught up and tied, and you know, Termi just says, no, I trust in Stax or Zest. They're going to make the right calls as the IGL. Obviously, currently it is Stax, and he just lets them do their thing. But I think he's starting to realize, okay, Global Esports, they have a great opper. And now the way they're playing around that op is starting to change. In the beginning rounds, we saw Stax make the calls of, okay, they're going to keep stacking A site. Let's try to see what we can do to break that open. But now with the operator, you got to start guessing where it is. And you got to go back to original DRX style. Just send that recon bolt early, right? Figure out where is the operator, and then start to make your move.
Yeah, it feels like they have been rushing just a little bit. Maybe that's what Termi is going to get into the comms and say and talk about here. Because, as you mentioned, I think, you know, DRX, they should be confident in their abilities. They are the favorites to take this map and this entire series. So, kind of calm things down, reassess, you know, what the strategy is going to be. That's what you have to do with this absolutely necessary timeout. As guys on the analyst desk, they were saying, okay, Mako, he's the pinnacle of consistency. Currently not really showing up for the team. He's actually only had 3 kills so far, which is not a great look to start off here on this first map, honestly.
Yeah, it's been a long time since we've seen him with a score like that. Now, Operator does go on to the C side, and Global Esports, they're leaving B open for retakes, right? And the reason they're doing this is they have ultimates as well, so let DRX use their ultimates for free to get into the site. DRX correctly saving theirs to fight against the retake as well. Both teams are very aware of the ult economy right now.
Yeah, and that is going to be the plants. Setting up out here in the courtyard as the Seekers are here, the Trailblazer as well. Foxy9 a little bit of trouble. The push out through the smoke is pretty strong. As Foxy9, yes, he gets 1, but the push out here is great. Manya from Garage now. As RB will get 1, and the defuse is coming in the smoke, but a nice shot from Buzz.
Half is done.
Yeah, Texture, he has to take him down. Shorty here, lots of time bought by Buzz.
You know that the half defuse is there for Texture.
Oh, the shot is there, the spray down, as Buzz will be able to just barely hold on to this round for his team.
Wow, that was very close. And props to Global. The way they push out of B site, the way they chain their flashes and then push out from 2 sides of the smoke was very good. When Yet's timing to push out of Garage was very good, but RB actually holds strong If he doesn't get that double, he doesn't have time to pull his Hunter's Fury, and then Batsy might have even stuck the whole defuse.
You can see, you know, some nices being thrown around, but still almost a sigh of relief from Stacks as it was very close, back and forth rounds, and Global are going toe-to-toe with one of our best teams here in the entire league, so very fun stuff so far. So what is going to be the choice from DRX this time, as Aaron, much like we saw from Buzz, on defense is setting up in the exact same place?
Yeah, just going to do a heavier C stack. And I think Global Esports almost gambling that DRX will want to go C because they've had the operator on A site so many times. Right now, they don't have crucial ultimates for an easy retake on A. So I am curious, if DRX gets the plant without a Sova or a Fade, what does your retake look like? Yes, you have a bunch of flashes to try to get a good angle, but you know, emptying the site against the Rolling Thunder, that's fine, but there's still so much more for DRX. You've still got the lockdown. Yeah, and if you're DRX, I think you might even just use this to be safe.
Yeah, maybe, just to get it slowly moving on the map towards your favor. As Spike is planted. Bronski.
You should run.
Looking to come on in, and there it is. There's the lockdown. Not going to be messing around with this one.
Yeah, there's no easy way to take that out. The reason he waits is to really maximize the time, because both teams, they're not looking great on their economy, right? Global has money, but not money to keep buying operators.
They're running away.
They want to save it.
Yeah.
Wow, I mean, DRX, the delayed lockdown leads to the save. So Global says, you know what? Let's prioritize keeping the operator. We took out 2 huge ultimates from the other side.
Yeah.
I actually give a big round of applause to Aaron for this call, because it's a tough one to make in a 5v5.
Yeah, it's so close, right? Every single round matters now. So if you give a one away essentially for free, as you mentioned, it's not actually for free just because of the ultimate economy and stuff like that, especially towards the end of the map. It can be rough, but I think it's the right call. You hold on to your economy, and maybe you'll get a better chance next time. And they call a timeout as well. So they say, okay, we're really slowing things down. We have the time at the end of the round to talk. We have this timeout to talk, and let's gather ourselves for the push to the victory.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned that, you know, by saving, they have a couple more seconds as well to discuss, calm down, reset at the end of the round. You know you're going to have full buys with the operator as well. That man right there is a senior in high school, but he skips school to come watch DRX play. It is a Monday here in Seoul, South Korea, so skipped the afternoon classes, it seems. But going back to what Global is looking to do here, I mean, first of all, I think you take a look at the scoreboard and you realize, okay, because of Foxy9, DRX is playing a very Foxy9-centric style, especially now that they're on the attacking side. You got to imagine that it's all going to be set up. It's different than when Buzz used to play. Buzz is actually more of a space-creating jet and duelist. Foxy9 is more of a fragging duelist. So, curious to see Global Esports. First of all, the operator. Do you just plant it solo on one side, push out the other? Because by leaving A side open, you're realizing, okay, DRX, they're going to keep taking their time, and eventually they'll read that we leave it for open. Okay, so they're going to push out from both sides?
Maybe. And Texture, he's going to be looking to get this first pick off right on C-Long. Through the smoke he goes. Some spray, little jiggle.
They're pretending that it's not Texture.
Oh, but he misses the shot. Nice jiggle, nice check there from the side of Mako, who takes a massive amount of damage. He's got 6 health.
Yeah, and Buzz has been chunked down as well. But the most important thing here is Global has full control of A main. They know it has to be B or C.
And let's see. I mean, Foxy9, he gets up onto the boxes here. There's a lot of spray through the smoke, but good spray as well from Foxy9. Nearly takes on Monyet.
Okay, it really comes down to Buzz. Can Buzz and RB stay alive far back once again? And Botsy's fishing for this. And I think Botsy's goal here is just to draw enough attention until the rest of his team is ready to strike. And that's when he can go in the middle of the chaos.
Yeah, and they got to wrap around here. I'd be very curious to see what's happening in Garage with the op. Texture peeks out of Garage, gets a kill, but immediately gets taken out. Bonyet is there with him, but he's super low as, okay, from behind they get the couple of kills, but running out of time now as one kill from Arim. It's a one-on-one. Fuse is coming in. He's not going to stick it. And the shot, 6 health from Mako. He's just not going to get the kill, Arim.
But is it in time? I think he might be like 0.3 seconds late.
Oh, it goes!
My God!
Oh, so close, Aaron. He did so much work, but Mako has the perfect timing to peek and force the fight right so he can't get the defuse on time.
Aaron's got to be kicking himself for not getting the kill early. And I wonder if there wasn't a call for Mako's health, right? Because otherwise you could have just sprayed the box as he was peeking instead of trying to go for the headshot. Missing that one. Stack's just praying here. Wow. I mean,
boy.
Listen, Global, again, they play the idea correctly, but it's just 0.2, 0.3 seconds late.
It's rough. They're getting really close on so many of these rounds, and already with 9 rounds, you can say it's a quote-unquote victory, but that's not what they're looking for here. They want to take down this map, and they essentially have to do it here. They pick up another operator for Texture, and they're going to give it one last go at things, essentially. CRX will slow things down. Gonna throw out the drone through the lobby, just checking out all the corners. But after that, looks like they might push in through mid.
Yeah, so that has actually drawn Botsy back. We just saw him use the guiding light on A main. So DRX, it does give them a little bit more time, but Global Esports, they stacked C site. A was always going to be empty.
They have so much stuff on here from the Killjoy as well. The lockdown is in as Foxy9 is going to beat the corner.
DRX has to push.
Gets the one, does actually shut down the lockdown.
Texture.
Yeah, Texture on the backside here. He's looking, does not line up that second one. As the spike has not been planted. We do see Mako going to pick it up and go over to the A side. Stacks elsewhere on C is getting kills.
This is just ring around the rosy for all members because they were all so split.
And Mako moves into B, actually.
Yeah,
feeling the pressure.
But they do know he left A because Texture was trying to keep sights of him. He heard the audio as well.
Ronsky right here. Easy lineup for him. Third kill.
They don't know where Buzz is. Now, Buzz is very low.
6 health again.
Yeah, what is it with DRX?
Texture 2, 6 health, and down goes Buzz. Global this time much easier. A lot more time to take this defuse down.
And Valdez, let's keep in mind, DRX not at match point just yet. They cannot relax because they still want to make sure that they get to match point first. If they lose this next round and it goes 11-11, things could go either way because DRX's economy should start drying up again.
Yeah. They just had a lot of good reads, like Ronsky just being here right on time. He hears the plans, like he's in position as the coach. It's just Eraser, he's feeling very happy about things.
Yeah, just touched right at the performance of his players. And Ronsky, too, he had a rough start in week 1, but he's coming in, really proving his value on this deep roster of Global Esports.
Absolutely, they have proven it, each and every one of them individually. As here comes DRX, very fast. Foxy up top, as they are going to get this pretty easy plant down, and Global will play for the retake.
Yeah, Global understanding that this is going to be most likely Eco here coming in from DRX, so they actually sent 3 members to go back and make sure that there's no post-plant lineups being prepared like this.
Oh boy. Linehead is going to clean it up. He's got 2 fish over there. Mako is going to be able to take down one as, just cleans him up as well. Everybody taken down, and Global will tie it up.
Okay. It comes down to this next round for both sides, right? Global Esports, while they are starting to get this win streak, they're still losing weapons as well, so their econ not in the most excellent position. Meanwhile, on the other side, DRX, they save for this next round. They save up because they can play the next round and then try to get another bye as well. And wow, forcing both timeouts at a Termi? Not a lot of teams can do that.
Oh, man. That is a good sign if you are a Global Esports fan. Second one forced out from the side of DRX, and yeah, I mean, even when DRX are winning rounds, like, to get the spike blow up and deny the defuse just barely was Mako on 6 health, like,
yes.
It feels like they're just barely scraping by.
Yeah, I mean, those were really off the back of Mako, and while we pointed out his KDA was, not as high as we would normally like to see, those couple rounds, he proves once again why we continue to call him just the most reliable, consistent player on DRX.
And now, a incredibly tense scenario for both of these teams, as you mentioned. Somebody is going to have to take this round, and whoever does is most likely going to get the 13-11, but we'll see. It all comes down to the play. DRX, I still feel like they should be in a relatively comfortable spot. You know, you go in the last rounds, they're here, they've bought their guns, they're ready to go with a timeout. They can recollect themselves, and they're on the attack here on Haven. Let's see how it goes.
Oh, now Global has Null Command and Seekers, and if you're Global, you've got to dump these ultimates this round to get to match point first, because that guarantees at the minimum overtime. It's going to be a very default setup, right? Plant the operator in sewers, and then Botsy most likely will leave if they didn't get contact. Now, they do get contact, so he's going to have to stick around and actually call for Ronsky's help as well.
Sure. Waiting. The DRX are slow.
Yeah, and Monette actually pushes out into Cubby and C-Main as well, so the goal for Global Esports is just hang tight.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, they just have to stay alive because Monette already has so much information. He'll know when that C-Strike is coming if DRX rotates.
Yeah. And now can just throw down some smokes over here from A as ES. Gonna use that KO ult and just wait it out.
Now, okay. The Seekers, yes. Yeah, I like that they use it at the 1 minute mark because you used the null command earlier, but you didn't actually confirm if DRX has left. Meanwhile, C-Site, we see it in the small screen.
Uh-oh. And there's the fight. Monette's going to win that little skirmish as the push from DRX is forced. Foxy9 with the entry. He's over the box. He gets a double headshot. As now, it's really up to him as Botsy behind the boxes. But Foxy gets a third. He gets a fourth as this guy has stepped up to the plate when they needed it most.
Will he get another ace here in week 2? He wraps up the... Oh, no, Stax is going to steal it away. But, I mean, what an explosive entry onto site. Wow.
Yeah, that was insane. Give this guy the MVP already.
Absolutely. I mean, just off of that play, when they needed it the most, like you said, Valdez, he understands that the op has already left, so he follows through as soon as he hears that shot, knowing that he has the timing. And look at how fast he is.
So clean and crisp, like every peek he goes for, just lines it up. And now he's on 27.
Oh my God.
There have been a lot of rounds, but nobody else is close. Let's just say that.
He is single-handedly leading DRX to this victory. Now, yes, they're playing around him as well, but if he is able to finish map 1 on a 30 frags, that's going to be a good thing for his record, right? A lot of people, again, continue to wonder, what exactly is your power level, Foxy? We hear that you're fast, but how strong are you?
Well, this time, Texter, they push out of C-Long. They get the kill on a Buzz. It's going to be a good start here for Global. Especially, you know, Texture, he's got the Blade Storm as here comes Foxy. Actually, he's the one. As he's up in the sky. Stax, though, going to take that kill as Foxy9, they spot Botsy as they are on the site and should be able to get this plant.
Aaron not being able to clean up Foxy9 while he was in the air hurts so much. He actually doesn't land any of the shots. And now a 3v4. Stax has Rolling Thunder as well.
Oh, nice beat from Botsy. Out of the window, they don't hold that. Texture and Monette pushing in, but Foxy9 gets 2 more, he gets 3! And he holds down the site as DRX will win it 13-11. 2 massive rounds from the new player to DRX.
Wow, Foxy9 once again proving why he was such a rising star, why DRX wanted to pick him up. He does finish indeed with 30 kills on map number 1 on Haven. Listen, when we saw the 11-11 tie come back up, I started to wonder, oh boy, if they lose this, Foxy9, a lot of people are going to say, okay, DRX, don't play around him, go back to your original 5, that used to work better. But no, Foxy9 says, no, this can work, and the coach and the teammates, they trusted him to do this.
Yeah, I mean, they play him 2 weeks in a row. He shows up big week 1, and already he's had some good moments. But let us once again shout out Global Esports. They brought this to 24 rounds, right? 13-11. They were able to challenge DRX on Haven, and they made it quite interesting. At the end of the day, they just, you know, they ran into a guy that nobody really could stop.
No.
And can you really blame them for it? I don't think so. So DRX, yes, they come away with the win, but maybe feeling a little bit shook after the way that first map went.
Yeah, I think if you're a DRX fan right now, you probably have mixed emotions, right? Because it is nice to see DRX be able to pull some of these riskier moves, kind of have full faith on an explosive entry. But at the same time, you're like, okay, well, that did feel riskier than the usual DRX that looks very clean. So a bit of a new look for DRX. Meanwhile, like you pointed out, Global, the calls they made, Aaron's calls, his mid-rounding and his round-to-round memory of DRX's setups, very, very good. It's just the execution was missing, not even 2%, just 1% near the end there.
Yeah, so many rounds that could have gone either way. We saw, you know, the really nice diffuse at the end. That was so close. And, yeah, what a first map to start us off in this series. But I hope you guys join us in a bit. We're going to go to a commercial break and be right back with Split for map 2.
This is tried and true. We've got that flash and dash. Read.
Yes, waiting in position. Out comes Foxy9. Gonna pick up. Immediately gets taken out by Texture as it is known on the site. I'm being
Shorty in his back pocket.
1v3, but he's
Cutting noise, but they don't have this.
check. Bronski, Foxy9 in the corner. They do not check.
He just has a read on this. Keep using utility to plant him forward, which is
At the time. Stacks here. All of a sudden, little chance here, but RB with the spike down.
yeah, 91 here.
Oh, he did not get the blitz.
Beneath that turret, not to get spotted.
Now they are on the A side, but they don't really. Mako in position. Monyan able to get 2 though. A couple of guys still on A. Yes, Bronski is come on this one as he.
Better to it. They want to get the chase down.
Oh, he doesn't get hit. He's gonna get 2. See on the site is going to. Blind comes out. He gets shots through, and there it is. Rotsky being surrounded right now.
Oh, the right out of full kill. Global Esports also DRX now that
As Foxy9 is gonna beat the corner.
This is what we're gonna do. We're going to Omen smoke here.
Here.
Yeah.
Here.
Reach flashing. Go C. Raise all.
오케이.
이거
C 얘들아 니가 그냥 본대 상태로 C 위주를 이거 우리 오퍼네? 그냥 이거
오케이 그러면은 너 상범이 포함 311 하고 내가 A 도어 부순 다음에 푸시하게 볼게 A를.
Here. Let's take a
Maybe-
look here.
Maybe we push waterfall.
Wait.
Here.
Oh, okay. Hide from the flash. Let's push waterfall. Yeah.
Placing swarm.
A heavy A.
헤비 A 바로 갈게.
Let's get.
바로 돌리는 중.
Swarm
Let's
grenade.
go. Flash.
They control A.
Cascaded. Wait, I can up jog key flash 3. I'm gonna up jog 3. Yeah.
바로 돌리는 중.
Up jog 3.
What?
Harbor maybe. 내주고. 내주고.
ABC.
waterfall.
형 천천히 해봐. 플랫.
넷 판다.
형 오른쪽 저기 할게.
넷.
꼬꼬.
좀 변화. 플로이.
Last player standing.
좀 변화.
독 써줄게. 형 빠져도 돼. 천천히 해.
간다 이제. 지뢰.
형 오른쪽 다 했다.
다시 가둬놓게. 들어갈 준비. 나 퍼프 홀드 해줄게.
I'm on it. Let me go first.
나이스 굿잡 가이 굿잡.
소니. 나이스.
엑스 뭐고 본 거야?
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. I'm Victoria, and we have Achilleos and Quack here. We just finished Game 1, DRX versus Global Esports. And my God, GE was fighting that. That was super exciting and not at all how we expected it to go. And it was really nail-biting moments time and time after again.
But it's exactly what we wanted to see. I was saying we need to see Global start off strong. They have taken, 8 rounds off their opponents in the past when they get into that first map and whatnot, but this was an insane performance from them on DRX's map pick. Haven has been bread and butter for the side of DRX since time immemorial. Like, they have always been strong on this map. And for them to come out here and push them the way that they have, it's a fantastic sign of what is to come. If their prep for Split is as strong as it was for DRX here on this map of Haven, then I'm so damn excited because they looked absolutely incredible.
I love it. I mean, here comes a new challenger, and GES definitely did start off strong. To your point, Seth, they won both pistol rounds straight off the bat. On the first one, they dashed right into DRX up by A, and they still won those fights. And moving forward, a lot of those rounds in the second half was won by Texture, just with his operator trying to challenge Foxy9. But when it comes down to it, Foxy9 still showed us how strong he was. 30 frags, 30 bombs, Seth. This is peak DRX.
I mean, the kid is he's incredible. But I mean, one of the biggest things that I was impressed with, while they couldn't fully contain Foxy9, was that they did a damn good job of not allowing Mako to find that much value. Oftentimes, he was getting picked off first. He's trying to anchor on that C site when they're on the defending side. And they were finding picks on him. He ends up like 6 and 19 at the end of this one. So a bit of an iffy performance there from the guy who we normally very much rely on for DRX to do well. But obviously, Foxy coming out there, dropping that many kills, that's a nasty performance from him. But all things considered, this was still a fantastic performance here from GE, and I don't want to take anything away from that.
Absolutely not. You made a really good point. You know, this is one of the closest rounds for DRX to really that score line. I don't think they've been pushed that hard in a while.
They haven't. I mean, if you take a look back, obviously 13-5s versus Zeta in the opening match of Pacific, so not close at all. When they were playing against Loud, the maps that DRX lost and won, they were both fairly one-sided, maybe 9 rounds for the losing team on either side there. So this is basically the closest that they've been pushed since, I mean, since Champions. You know, we saw Talon take 9 rounds off of them and whatnot, as well as take a map off them. But yeah, they haven't had this kind of scoreline since Champs, and that was when we were seeing them go to like consistent OTs on Ascent and whatnot versus the likes of Furia, and then of course FPX like twice in a row. But yeah, this was a very solid effort from GE, and I'm just hoping that this carries over, because if they're going to play like this, I'm absolutely in to see 3 maps of it, because this was just great high-level play on both sides.
Definitely. Let's break down these plays, actually. So GE, they had some really good reads on DRX. So let's put up a clip on this.
Yeah, so this is round 16, and Texture's creeping forward. RB gets in just ahead of him, but Texture gets a read that somebody's going to be tucked away. They end up getting the double push with he and Ronsky. Meanwhile, back on the opposite side, Bazzi reinforcing, ends up finding that initial kill, and suddenly, in the blink of an eye, it leaves just Stacks on his lonesome. He runs out of bullets, Bazzi pushes the smoke, and he manages to find the kill. So GE, we're getting a good idea of where they're going to be coming from, not getting surprised by those tuckaways. They managed to just come in, get the kills, and it's just fast, clean, and consistent. There were so many rounds here, especially early on when we saw GE winning both pistol rounds, and then as they go into the anti-eco, they're not losing weapons. They were really doing an effective job of shutting down DRX and making sure that they weren't able to find value in those eco positions.
And what I think made this game so exciting is that we had good reads on both sides. And there's one particular round that, Quack, I think you wanted to highlight, that this was pretty spectacular. We got a fake out, and it was well read by DRX, and it just kept going back and forth.
Yeah, back and forth reads, really well played by both sides, because it starts off with that smoke. It encourages DRX to push fast plants into B instead, and they managed to back off, wanting to play off their utility for post plants. They had a Hunter Sphere to work with. But what I really liked was Monyet hiding inside a garage. He created a bit of presence, just enough to pull a couple of players. He found some frags, and then Hunter Sphere comes out. We managed to bring it down back to a 2-on-2, and Buzz, being the kingmaker, still coming up with a big clutch, pulls out the shorty, back to the Phantom. He was able to spray down Texture at the end.
Yeah, right as he was trying to break line of sight, get himself the opposite side of that wall in B main. Just a good clutch coming through. But
both
again, there's so many rounds like this where DRX did walk away with clutches, and that's not what we're used to seeing, at least when it comes down to regional play. Maybe over at the internationals and whatnot. I mean, hell, we saw how many clutches RP had at lock-in. But they usually don't get pressured like this when they're playing against the other teams in Asia. And this is, again, just fantastic effort and prep work here from the side of GE. I do wish that we saw a second timeout call from the side of Eraser right at the end. I thought that, you know, DRX were going to burn their second one. We'd see DRX went around, immediately get that timeout and try to right the ship and take this into OT. I think that maybe is like one of the fumbles, unless I somehow missed it. But other than that, I mean, this was about as good as you would hope here, because everyone obviously predicting other than you. For DRX, I got to call you out again.
Thank you.
For DRX to be able to win this, and I don't think anybody necessarily thought that it was going to be as close as it was here at the start.
I think both teams were very highly adaptable, and that really shows. I think there were some amazing calls by Aaron. It must have been Aaron. Just really smart calls to conserve, pull back certain rounds or push certain rounds. There was one round, and I think a lot of us, myself included, I was screaming during this round. This was a particular round where this might have been the ending point for Global Esports.
Yeah, I mean, we got right before this, we see Buzz swing out, get a pick over at Garage, but then they completely forget about Bazzi, and this leaves Mako in such a terrible position. 6 HP, trying to clutch, put some damage down, but crucially, he pulls Aaron off of the defuse before he can get it to half. And then he tries, he sticks, he thinks that he's got it, and it is just off by a hair. You can see Stacks praying, and then all of a sudden he realizes, oh my god, we've done it, and then the pop-off comes through. But there's so many moments like this that were just down to the wire, where they were just barely scraping by, and unfortunately for GE, that's what ends up making the difference in them being able to take this map away and have that lead over DRX. But again, to be able to push them in this manner is a fantastic sign.
Really, really thin margins. I mean, I think it was one of those things where Aaron needed to step up just enough, and of course, it's going to be Foxy9 at the end of it, coming out on top with the 30 bomb. He was the MVP.
Yeah. I don't know if it's hasta la vista, though, you know? It's like...
Not yet.
Nah, not yet. That was... Foxy was amazing. He was amazing these last couple of rounds. They just ended super strong, and Foxy just... I don't know. He's just so flashy.
I mean, he had a stumble initially when they moved over to the attacking side, which was somewhat surprising because historically on this map, it's only a margin of 5%, but it's 65% win rate on the attacking side for DRX compared to 60 on the defense. And that was not really being seen by the Foxy. He started things off, he goes into the second half with like 19 kills, and then he stagnates in that position for a while. That flank that he got through was just gorgeous. Unfortunate for Bazzi, not getting the scouting off of the light, but I mean, Foxy9 then in the last couple rounds when they realized like, oh man, we might actually drop this map, it just felt like he said, okay, no, screw that. I'm gonna make sure that does not happen. He ends up coming in, he finishes off the round with 3 to go ahead and make a perfect 30 bomb at the end. But obviously, we gotta zoom in on Foxy9 and Texture. We highlighted Bazzi as one of our key players, but one of the other ones is going to be Texture, of course, because he needs to be able to find value. And he started things off, and one of the reasons why they were able to have such a strong start on that defensive side was Texture. As soon as he got operators into his hands, he was shutting down those pushes, those attempts at pushes over on C, over on A. He was starting off really well, but then as soon as Foxy started getting going again, he was able to take over, and Texture just couldn't find the value.
There's a lot of pressure on both sides. I mean, Foxy was doing a lot of things with his operator. He had a lot of Blade Storm kills as well, and Texture did similarly too, just that I think it's not quite there yet, catching up to Foxy. He had a lot of pressure on A, pushing DRX, forcing DRX to actually plant on B more instead. I think if we actually look at the percentage, they planted on B like so many more times than any of the other maps, but at the very end of it, we still have that one more map to go before we actually say hasta la vista.
Yeah, we do. But my biggest thing here is I want to see what the prep work looks like on Split, because again, they elected to pick this versus Vitality. It did not go well. A 4-13 scoreline at the end of the day for GE in that loss. So I'm expecting very solid improvements for them, some nice strategies. I'm curious to see if maybe they have double duelists as well prepared for this map. But at the end of the day, if they can get this map, I look back in history, I was curious about it. This would be the first time that Texture's ever taken a map off of DRX Vision Strikers. He's never been able to do it.
Back on Damwon.
Yeah, now he's 0-9, but yeah, he's playing on Damwon. They've never been able to take one away from them. So this would be a monumental moment for him. It also keeps G in this series, shows how competitive they can be, and shows how good their prep work can be.
And again, they are going to have to make really good calls, and I think those good calls are what really carried them into the next round. We saw, for example, it's been a long time since we've seen this, a 5-man save on one of the rounds.
True. Yeah. And that's a very difficult decision to make. They were talking about it during the cast, William really highlighting that moment, but I think in the end, it was the wisest decision. DRX have a chokehold on that. We know how good they can be in post plants. Even when Mako's 6 HP, they can get a post plant off. They can win those rounds. When you've got everybody alive, fanned out across the site, covering every single entry angle, the best call in that moment is to just hold on to the weapons. Your economy's not in a good position. So while I'm sure the chat was going like, lol, they're saving, they're scared, that is the correct decision to make in that moment. So I gotta say, props to Aaron. A lot of people would feel bloodthirsty. They would feel overconfident that they're going to be able to get it. But this shows that GE has a very good understanding of who the hell they're playing against.
I mean, there was that fault line that was sent as well that kind of discouraged them from continuing to push through. So it's a lot of these things that sometimes even fear is a good signal because it lets you know that you're not making dumb decisions. You're not just rushing headfirst into a full ball of fire. But back to this now. Split being the map pick. This was GE's pick. They played this at lock slash in. They went with double controller. They're kind of doing the same thing again, Seth, and it's making me nervous.
Well, Foxy9's going to be playing the Raze. I thought maybe we would see, again, that, that double duelist coming out, but not to be. So it's going to be single duelist on both sides, a Raze v Raze heads up.
Sage them.
With the only difference, being the Sage there from Bronski, so he can certainly slow down the play, cut off access channels with that wall, but that's the only difference to the KO on the opposite side.
That's the thing that I'm curious about because as a Sage, we've seen it work so well before, even in that split video voiced over by Will. He talks about how the wall can be useful for gaining you some entries towards B or maybe even blocking off mid. But these days, I feel like the pros have figured out how to counter Sage. It's so easy just to continue to coordinate your shots, to break down that wall, to avoid the slow ARP, which doesn't last that long anymore. So I'm curious to see how GE actually comes up with strats for this one.
I mean, obviously, we haven't seen too much of Foxy in general. He's a fairly new player. He's played in a lot of show matches, had his VCT debut just a week ago. This is only the 9th time now that he has played Raze. I'm curious to see how it's going to look.
With that, we are ready for Game 2. Valdez and William, please take it away.
Thank you, Victoria, for sending it over to us. We do have a second map on the way of Split, and they were talking a little bit about the comps that we do see coming in through here. The Sage on the side of GE Sports. And it's going to get interesting. They were able to get it close on Haven. What can they do on Split, which is, of course, Global Esports' map pick?
Yeah, and I like that they mentioned their performance at Lock-In on this map, right? It doesn't go well for Global Esports. Of course, they were going up against the double duelists of Team Vitality at the time. Now, the other thing to note is DRX, this was a comp that they've played before. Last year, actually, in March, when they were trying to figure out some other ways to go through this. Back then, it was Buzz actually trying out the Astra. But this time, it's going to be RB who's been picking up more of that role, and Buzz actually flexing over to KO, which I believe is his 4th time of all time playing KO in an official match. So curious to see how Buzz performs there to support Foxy9.
Yeah, going to be a very important part of this team, as it looks like he is setting up on defense over at A, alongside of Stacks, who is back on the sky.
Okay, so Global Esports, they're hanging back from A main. They know that there's most likely a check coming out. Good read from that. They want to see if anyone aggresses out of A. If they do, it's an easy pick and an entry into A, but otherwise, they'll have to wait. Oh, the delayed guiding light, though, on the minimap.
Foxy, outside the smoke, it's immediately taken down. Mako with the double head tap comes through, or the right clicks, I should say, as he is waiting for this one as well, and he's going to pick up a 3rd. Mako alone, picking up for map 1.
Well, that's Mako returning to his true form. Primed up for an ace here with the spike right next to him. Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Buzz gonna give him a chance to pick up the ace.
Yeah, that's what it is, Buzz, he knows the value of an ace.
Just get him low and then, Mako can do the rest.
Yeah, Botsy knows that Mako's gonna want this ace. Do they hear each other?
Spots him, and no ace. Botsy gonna pick up 2. And
okay,
that's a 3rd.
Hold on. This has suddenly turned on its head very much so. Obviously, Botsy is very low, 23 health. RB has a frenzy, so RB's in a good position, but there is a world. There's a world where Botsy
30 seconds left.
able to clutch this out. Now Botsy knows he's low, so he wants to try to find the kill before he gets to plant.
Yeah, he's looking around that A site, but RB has read that he is in fact on A, and now hears it.
Spike planted.
Going to be able to make his way in eventually.
Yeah, so RB puts up the star in heaven to pretend that he's coming from defender spawn. Now Botsy, I think he caught sound of it. Oh my gosh.
Oh, the timing. Botsy just barely going to miss him. As RB misses him moving into the back there as well. I can tap this.
This is a huge advantage for RB because he has the frenzy.
He's going to hold on to it. He's like, come into my smoke. I dare you. As with the frenzy.
No.
but the flash is good.
He knows that. He knows that the half is done. He's seen it. Botsy just holding strong.
Just waiting for the tap. Botsy, one tap. No, it's not going to happen. RB just barely around the corner.
Wow.
And he will, with the half defuse, make it happen. A very close pistol round that didn't quite have to be that way, but Botsy turned on the Jets.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely did not have to go that way. Of course, we were joking about Buzz trying to give over the ace. Surely that wasn't the intention. But Botsy plays it in a way where he can always isolate these 1v1s. And he brings it down to the very last member in RB. But RB plays that so smart, right? He puts up the dissipate over at Heaven just to fake that out, and then he puts up the smoke knowing that he can stick the half. He has the frenzy, he has the advantage to respond with the low health Botsy. A great clutch coming out from RB.
And a very important one as well. You got to get started here early on the defender side. Want to get as many rounds as possible. And just coming within a big lead, essentially, into the half would be ideal. As here comes Global Esports once again in round 2, looking to just push very plainly in onto the A site. Not really going to happen.
Yeah, but they're trying to just sell a fake here on an eco. A worthy attempt, but they will get spotted. So just taking the orb. I do like this, right? Take the orb at the very least, because you know it's free now. You pushed him away. Take whatever advantage you can in a round where theoretically you are meant to take that loss.
This is being held down on A at the same time. Buzz is up in Heaven, immediately gets his head taken off. And all of a sudden, well, they're not going to push in just yet. Just taking it very slow. So still Stacks is on the site.
They do have enough time to play with this, right? And see if anyone still rotates over through mid, which is why they planted Texture as the raise there. He'll eventually come in as backup once the spike goes down. If it can go down at all, of course. It's still a tough battle here with the weaponry
And they
don't have.
Okay, up through Heaven, in, down into the ropes. They're going to look to go up to, actually, top of B, actually, as Foxy is here. A couple of satchels. As, oh, there's a lot of people. As nice little turn around the corner, but he is going to be swarmed. As now RB already taken damage earlier.
RB trying to play for time.
Okay, that's going to be the one. He is in the smoke here, and oh, headshot from the top. Global Esports making the second round very interesting.
And Texture has a Spectre as well.
Oh, and he's going to line it up and takes out 2! And the Thrifty in round 2. Global Esports are not giving any time to DRX.
This, listen, everyone on Global Esports played that very well, but what an incredible call coming in from Aaron, right? You realize that you actually haven't lost any members on A main. You continue to pressure information. Then you know that it was just RB who gets scratched up in B. You take the ult orb, and then you pretend that you backed out. Plant Texture in mid. It gives you another chance to rotate. He's playing the map so well here on the attacking side of Split.
That's kind of insane to be able to pull that one out. Botsy with the first round and making it close, and now the rest of the team able to follow up. And a very nice call from Aaron, as you did mention, as Stacks trying to peek around the corner, not really going to get much. As they're all on ecos here.
Yeah, he's not able to even get any shots actually landed up. So while Global, they get spotted, they don't mind that at all, because they do have the better firepower. They also have the Seekers. Now, ideally, they don't want to use that. They're probably going to try to save that to use it against the Viper's Pit when it does come out. And in theory, they have the firepower this round, so no reason to rush it.
Yeah, wall blocking off the ropes as in they go into A. Texture leading the way. As little flash, Ronsky just spamming back there. They know that Buzz is there. Buzz does pick up one. But that might be the only one. Oh, no, Stacks on the backside of the site will pick up another, but that is going to be the only couple that they do get. Plans here for Global Esports as well.
Yeah, we got to remember, right, Global Esports, they're the ones who actually get the Thrifty on round 2, or, of course, the Eco on round 2, so they're actually okay even losing a couple of those weapons here coming in to round 4. They didn't have to use the Seekers. Now, you know, props to Buzz, throwing out those flash drives on that elbow position to disrupt the blast packs. I love that idea, but it just wasn't enough. And now with their full buy ZRS, if they lose this, Split starts to really run out of their hands.
Yeah. Would not be a good sign either for the side of DRX, as they're going to set up here once again. RB on the Astra on B. It's going to be biding his time. And let's see what the strategy this time from Global Esports will be. They do have the one Spectre. Aaron has a lot of money, a lot of credits. Just holding on to those.
Yeah, just trying to balance out the team economy so they can buy for each other and always even out another couple full buys here for Global Esports. Now they've confirmed members in vents. They're drawing out a lot of RB's utility early here.
Oh, and they're just gonna hound him in the backside there. RB gonna get shot down through the wall. Mako trying to spray in, but the Sage wall keeps them mostly protected. As here are the Seekers, and now they are just owning their way onto the site. They take all of B.
And they're going to push out as well, Monyet. Such good position because you don't want to get trapped back into B main. They actually have DRX surrounded, and they're the ones who planted the spike.
What an important round here for Global Esports. They have totally dominated them. Buzz is going to catch Aaron, just trying to hold down mid. But still 2v4, not a lot of time. They're just going to look to save these guns.
Yeah, and just one thing we saw there on that kill on Aaron. Aaron was actually doing squats to try to dodge if he just swings with it pinged, right? So if he just swings, he's trying to dodge the headshot so he can respond back with the Spectre. Of course, Buzz will still get the kill, but that's just the small things that show you awareness to turn rounds around when most needed. So we're seeing what's going on in the brain of Aaron right now. But overall, a great execute. I love the way that Aaron's really baiting out all this utility. DRX is often very good about saving their utility for the right moments, but Aaron's baiting it out. He actually baits out the smoke spam, and then as soon as RB lets go of the trigger, they push as a group and just spam the wall. They're not looking for a fair duel here.
It's a very nice set play. It's one we've seen before, but you put up the Sage wall, you spam behind the box, and if anyone's there, you get the kill. The other guy from the top here is going to have a little bit of a rough time if you have enough utility to cover your backs, and that they did. They won all the duels as well, even on the backside of B. Unable to get that kill.
So Global Esports, they can actually use the Cosmic Divide from Monyet here, and they should still be set up for a Viper's Pit as well as the res coming in from Ronsky in the coming round. So ult economy-wise, I mean, you don't expect DRX to double down on their ultimates on this kind of half-buy round because of the saved rifles. So Global, I think you might as well just take the rounds where you can. Obviously, I mean, if you open up with 2 or 3 kills, maybe you don't need it. But I am curious. Their positioning tells me that they might just all in on this with the Cosmic Divide. Oh, just the smokes, okay.
Just the smokes for now, as they are going to make it onto the site. As, okay, Mako from the top is going to pick up one. Foxy with the double kill from the top with the Sheriff. And now, making things a bit interesting. Buzz has got a weapon, but Foxy swings out of the smoke. Picks up that kill. Now it's all up to Stacks.
He's making the 1v1s. He knows where both of them are. He's trying to isolate the angles.
Ooh, gonna miss that shot on Abatsi, who does swing out after he moves away. So now 4 in a row for Global Esports after they take that second round. The Thrifty. And that's going to be already the first timeout from Termi.
I can't tell you how excited I am to see Global Esports forcing these timeouts out of Termi. Yes, DRX is playing Foxy 9. Yes, they're not showing their entire hand, but Global Esports is also playing so well, and it's just refreshing to see DRX feel the need to take a break, slow down the NNT, and really talk about what they need to do in an early stage of a tournament.
Yeah, second week here, and already DRX are being challenged. As I don't even know what he would say during this timeout. I mean, especially not even just this round, but the round before it, where they were on similar economy, equal economy, and DRX kind of just got smacked down on the B site with a very clean entry from Global Esports. That's the kind of thing that really gains a ton of momentum for a team. And I think that's part of the reason why Termi calls this timeout relatively early.
Yeah, I think one of the things that you have to consider, and we've seen other teams try this on the defensive side, ever since the map changes happened, the A-side attack has actually been much smoother, right? They changed a lot of the angles that the attackers can take to not only push towards ramp, but actually through heaven as well. So sometimes what teams will do is actually now start pushing out of B main instead of A main, which is kind of the go-to on the defensive side. I'd love to see DRX take advantage of that. You have the 2 flashes. I know it doesn't feel good to invest too much early on, but Global Esports has been baiting out your intel utility in the early parts of the round. The 0 point, the guiding light. They wait for it, they dodge it on A main. If you just stick with the same default, I think Global has a strong read on you.
Yeah, so far at least, DRX, you know, took a little bit of time to get used to what was going on Haven even, and perhaps they're just trying to gather as much information and go from there and take it relatively slow. As we do see a bunch of members from GES just waiting around this A main.
And we just saw Thoughtsy use a guiding light in mid as well, even though he doesn't get a full tag. Hold on!
Stacks around the corner, but the flick from Ronsky, you saw it. And immediate res comes in with the smoke from the Viper. So now Buzz is trying to spray and deny that, but nope. Global Esports currently in control of this round as well.
And we just saw Batsy use his Trailblazer in mid to check if anyone is still in B Heaven. So they have information, because Foxy9 had to shoot that down, that they're still keeping members on B. It's not a full rotate over. Global Esports knows there's at least one on A Heaven, so they commit to this site. They know they have them outnumbered here.
Yep, in they go. As, well, they go in and then they go out. They're looking to come up here into ramps and make a play up in Heaven. As you can see, nobody here on the side of DRX as the rotation will come in.
Oh, but Monyet's already poised to fight from B main as well. They know they don't have much time, but this actually comes down to Monyet. If he can push in at the right time to get this pinch. Foxy9.
Oh, the showstopper! He gets 2 on the push and denies it for now as a third kill comes in. And RB's right with him. That is going to be a full cleanup from DRX as they put an end to the domination of Global Esports.
You stacked up those ultimates for a reason, and you use them to bring a round back from DRX. Great decision from Foxy9, understanding once again that this is now a time battle for Global Esports. Oh, and just perfect shot as well. And RB winning the fight against Monyet helps, Foxy9 clean up Aaron, right? Because otherwise he's going to have this distraction from behind him. Aaron might still be able to walk in and get the plant, but RB holds strong in B main.
Such an important turnaround from the side of DRX, keeping things somewhat close. As a little bit of action here in mid. Some shots through the smoke, a bunch of utility being used here.
So one thing we've noticed from Global Esports is that they will actually use their main info, well actually really their only info, in the form of Sky in mid for the longest time. And then they'll plant someone like Monyet, so they always have a chance to rotate off of A if they need to. Now, DRX, so far, their answer to that is Foxy9 holding strong with the Raze utility over by Mail, but Global Esports, we're clearly seeing some adjustments here where they're trying to fish a little bit more utility out of DRX's B side.
Caution here.
I'm curious to see how DRX adjusts to that in the coming rounds.
Saw the one ping as tower now currently being cleared out. And the smoke from the Astra as now the entry from main is coming in, but the Raptors being cleared out. Aaron picks up that second one onto Foxy. Smock on the backside, gets one, immediately cleaned up. Batsy on top. And now Aaron, he's low on health, but it's all up to Buzz to go 1v3 with a spike plant.
Oh, really good timing on the flash, but he's not able to get the kill. I mean, Global Esports aware of the potential angles that DRX is going to come back from. And first of all, let's just say it like it is. All 5 members of Global Esports are on point with their aim today, right? We saw some great flicks and reactions from Ronsky. We just saw that one from Batsy as well in that round. And we had some great moments from the other players on Haven.
No, it's pretty clear that everybody's pretty much on point. Like, yeah, you could say Texture has started off slow, but we know what he can do. I'm sure he's going to shore that up in no time. And that'll be scary if he begins to do that, because then everybody will really be firing on all cylinders here from the side of Global Esports. As now a little push out here from DRX as they have some Sheriffs, but it's going to be one. As the Guardian gets in, the Sheriff kill for Stacks as they're just winning this down on firepower, able to poke out of A and get the win.
Okay, but now they know that Aaron has to stay here to not give away those weapons for free. So you know that at most it's going to be 2 people here on this B site. Yeah, RB can hold here with the Bulldog. Oh no!
Stacks another Guardian kill as they are just trying to poke their heads out and Stacks is taking them off.
What's crazy hold on, let's hold that thought because the round's not quite over just yet.
Oh, but now maybe it is. Foxy able to shut down that as Monet is in with the shorty. And now he's got a gun, but not quite enough. RB gonna clean that up. DRX have been able to hold on to it. They do a little cheer for themselves as well as they pick up the Thrifty in round 8.
Yeah, and listen, Thrifties don't come too often for DRX. They're usually on the receiving end when they go to international tournaments. So great to see them bring this back. What I was going to mention is Global Esports was potentially prepared for this push out of A main, but it's just Buzz being a moment quicker here and Stacks with their kills to shut that attack down. Now, Global Esports, yes, we talk about how Split is historically the defender side of map. Recently, with the map changes, a lot of the teams are actually doing quite well on attack. So I think Global wants a couple more rounds here to feel safe.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely a very nice start, but they'd love to have more. As Texter out here, Showstopper in tow, just in case gets shot from behind as in they go. This site is cleared.
Yeah, I mean, that spike just gets dropped at the entrance. The null command along with the gravity well. If it was only one or the other, you would still have your hands full if you're DRX. But not only do you slow down the Showstopper, but then the null command to make sure you take it out of that Raze's hands. And Texture is just caught without a plan there to adjust.
Yeah, pretty rough. This time around, DRX, it seems like they have read these B entries quite well. And they're like, nope, we're not going to let you do this again. And they're able to shut it down pretty easily.
Yeah, again, I like that adjustment because we were mentioning how, Global, they keep just waiting for the 0 points, the guiding lights over on A main. It's not doing you much good. Do you press a little bit more aggressively on the opposing side, or are you just better prepared for it? They understand that if there's ever going to be a fast strike from Global, it's always been on this B site. So let's make sure we defend that with the Showstopper from Texture, and they hold off quite perfectly.
Yeah, just going to wait this one out. Is Global Esports not going to be pushing in through here? Gives you a lot of time to consider your next option for the attack.
Left.
Feels kind of rough that just the round before you got kind of dominated by guys with a Sheriff and a Guardian out in A main. So you're like, maybe we don't want to go that way.
Yeah, I actually would love to see Global just do a, off the bat fast rush into A, right? That's the one thing they haven't quite done. They've been fishing for info on ramp and mid. They've done a couple fast pushes into B main, but they haven't done a full commit onto A just yet. And doing that would be a nice change of pace, and it would challenge DRX to say, do you have your retakes ready? Because A site is not an easy site to flood early on. It's not an easy site to stack off the get-go. Now, I don't think you do it in this coming round because they're not going to have full buys, I don't think, if I remember the economy correctly. We've got, it's funny, we've got Global Esports fans right behind the DRX fans trying to sneak in their own
yeah,
signs
also a
here.
Binbon fan.
Yeah, a Binbon fan.
One of the Korean casters.
The Korean caster that looks like Shados over in EMEA. So
yeah,
if you ever find a picture of him, you'll know exactly what we're talking about. But yeah, my question is I think this coming round, I would be a little miffed. Not quite disappointed, but a little miffed if Global actually does a rush here on this half buy, because then I think it's like you're just throwing it away. It's so easy to expect that if you're DRX. I would love them to see them try something else in this coming round, and then once, if it does go to 5-5, try to get to the 7-5 by doing a hard fast push onto A in the next round. Okay, so they're not committing to a rush here. They are going to buy up, though. They're going to buy up whatever they can with just a Spectre in hand for Monyet.
Yeah, he doesn't have much at this point in time, but yeah, Spectre in hand, and they might look to play it a little bit slower, as they are going to use some utility already into mid, as has been the case for most of these rounds.
Okay, so, okay.
All right, well, Foxy, again, when the going gets rough, he's beginning to turn it up once again, as Buzz going to get the kill in mid as they are looking to rotate through. Now making it 5v3 in favor of DRX.
Yeah, and what a strong read from DRX. They actually plant Foxy 9 on A, expecting there to be a power play on that side of the map. Now Mako's bought enough time for Foxy to return onto B.
That's a lot of damage into Ronsky. Has 10 as, yep, that's going to do it. One grenade is enough.
Well, they are stuck up here. Let's just say it.
Yeah.
There's no way out, really. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Didn't expect him to jump right on top of him, my guess, as Monyet is all alone. And RB's just going to wait for some help. Mako coming on over. No need to rush this.
Yeah, I mean, they can wait for Stacks to come in through heaven as well.
Yeah.
Listen, Monyet's a great player, but this seems nigh impossible for him to pull off.
well, just 4 1v1s in a row, but does lose the first one, so we're not going to get there, as Xerx will tie it up 5-5, going on a nice streak of their own 3 rounds in a row.
All right. You've still saved up a couple of ultimates if you're Global Esports. Is this the time? You saw DRX make this adjustment, right? They shifted their players on the A site. Foxy9 actually over there to swing off of the intel, because in the past they've only been fishing for it. But Global, I don't think you get shaken up by that. Yeah, I would love to see a commit to A site. Now, you will have to still wait for the 0 point.
They're going in as Texture
can't quite land it for the duel. Oh no, Buzz!
There's the one, but Mako immediately there, a little bit faster than Texture expected. Is going to swing out and clean that one up.
I mean, you have Seekers. I think you use it to push out from Heaven here. Otherwise, you're stuck for so long. Oh,
Mako just hanging on the rope. He's going to take down that one. Spike at least will be retrieved by Monyet.
They trusted the Trailblazer a little too much. I mean, credit to Mako, right? Just hiding right under on that rope to hide himself from any of that utility. Stax still knows that Global Esports is hanging around. And let's note, RB, he's pushed into Garage on B, so they know that these guys have to.
Ooh.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, Mako, maybe you hear me talking about him in the first map, because now he has, I think, 16 kills so far. As, no, he's up to 14. Still a very high number, as he is holding down Heaven. He is backed off for now.
Yeah, I was mentioning, you know, one of the last times that DRX has played this comp on Split was last year in March, and it was actually up against Texture. That's how I was looking this up, because they played against Texture when he was over on Dom 1 Gaming. Of course, they've changed their name as well. And that time, Mako put up 25 kills, 9 deaths, and 9 assists on this Viper. So he popped off in that one, and he's continued to prove that, listen, Haven was just a bit of a hiccup. He still had some good clutches there, too, and he's back in form.
They're going to hang out in the sewer. They have 1 health and 10 health.
That's my favorite place to hang out.
Respective.
On my days off. Just go
yeah,
to the
you got
sewer.
some extra time, just go hang out in the sewer. Yeah. Especially when you're only on 1 health.
Yeah, there you go.
Which does happen if you're working a lot. DRX finally going to take the lead for the first time since they won the pistol round.
Yeah, very true. They struggled a bit, but the timeout comes in clutch for DRX. Meanwhile, it hasn't really converted for Global Esports.
Nice.
They're just trying to keep calm, right? They know that it's still a bit of an uphill battle. It is split. I mean, both sides, I think, really want this last round. Global probably expected to have a bit more. The start they had, they're back to their default fish for utility, but look at the changes from DRX, right? They're not using all their utility right away to combat this. In fact, they're actually putting Foxy9, the operator, to push out of Garage.
Wow.
And that's how they're getting information. This is the change they wanted to see.
Yeah, it's working out well for them. They got RB hanging out here in Tower. Has lots of smoke, so much utility just to push in through mid. They haven't made a decision on what side they want to go. Looks like A, a couple of other members hanging out towards main.
Yeah, and now DRX knows for a fact that this has to be A because there's no movement near Foxy9 over by the B side. Look at this setup, crossfires, and then watching Heaven from Mako. Global Esports, you better have Chris Bain here.
Well, here come the Seekers, gonna get them some space if nothing else. As they know they're down there in the ropes, holding down Heaven are Mako and his teammate as in they go, running out of bullets, so is Mako, and they push on through. Texture gonna get that entry in Heaven.
Great timing from Texture to read that. He's running out of bullets near the end.
30 seconds left.
They've cut off any extra backup. They just have to clear the site, but 25 seconds left.
Down they go, Buzz trying to hold on to this. Stax is here as well, and he is alone. That's 2 in a row, but gets taken out by Aaron. As now the pits on the site. It is the last round after all. They're gonna put this spike down, and they are up 3-2 at the moment.
Oh, and Ronsky gets a great read. Foxy9, he did switch to a Phantom, and he does have the showstopper, so if he actually gets 1 kill, he has a good chance to... Oh, well, never mind. Yeah, I was gonna say he can clear the pit, but...
Yeah. There you go. 6-6 at the half as Global Esports using a lot of their ultimates there at the end.
Yeah.
And, yeah, might as well.
Yeah, I mean,
able to tie things up.
You needed to, right? You needed to catch up. I mean, DRX had the right read, and they had the good adjustment with the operator in Foxy's hands, but It's actually going to be the two members from mid, right? Texture, and I think it might have been Vronsky, who climb up. They just wait for DRX to continue to spam, and then right as you realize they're going to have to back off for reloads and other angles, they push in. A good timing attack from GE.
Really fantastic stuff. I mean, I don't care if GE go down 2-0 in this map, or in this series, I should say. They have put on one hell of a show. As, hello from Singapore. I love Bazi, that says.
Yeah, and then cheering for Stacks. We've got a lot of fans here today. Come in with, you know, whether it's their friends, their partners, their family, but cheering for different teams on opposite ends of the stage here, which, listen, there's no problem with that. They're all very deserving of the love and support, because especially you look at this match, right? I mean, Haven was a banger, and we're continuing with 6-6 here in the first half of Split.
Yeah, it's funny, you know, on Mondays here at VCT Pacific, we do have just the one best of three, and it kind of ends up being the show match, right? Like the big one of the week, because we only have the one. As this is another fan.
Yeah, a fan of one of the commentators on the Korean side, Inho, who's actually been commentating for so long.
Yeah.
I believe over 20 years now. He's esports history itself here in Korea, across multiple titles, and of course now with Valorant. But I gotta say, that fan who had that sign just now, I bet he's good with the op, because his eye contact was good. He wasn't blinking for the longest time.
Yeah, he certainly beat me. I had to blink after looking into those eyes for only 5 seconds. So yes, really good stuff. And yeah, halftime, good time to consider what you're going to do on the other half, obviously. Curious to see how DRX are going to handle the attacker side, especially because we saw that Global Esports, a lot of set plays onto B, not as much of a focus onto A, and the times where they did go for it didn't find a lot of success. But
yeah,
what is DRX going to do?
Okay, so oftentimes we'll see, you know, a early wall over on A main or mid with the Sage, especially on the pistol, because you know it's going to be so hard to break. But they're actually relying on Vronsky to just hold on to B site, right? He's in a position where he's just going to block the plant if they did choose, if DRX chooses to come there, with the Sage wall, which he did purchase with half armor. That's usually the go-to. And then they're going to hang back. It looks like, as long as they don't give up Heaven on A site, they do have an idea of how they want to retake that.
Well, Maka's just going to hop on through up the ramps. He is already in behind them on ropes as the rest of the team is here in mid.
Yeah, this was very intentionally given up by GE, though. So DRX, yeah, you see them stalling because they're like, okay, why is this all so free, right? Mid was free, Vents was free. Something's going on here, and GE is hanging back for a retake on A. So you got to imagine that there's some way to recover A Heaven, and then you got to imagine then who's stationed on B side, because the Viper Toxic Screen is set up for a retake here on A.
Yeah. Aaron waiting all the way in the back on A in the screens, just seeing what he can see. DRX taking it very slow as it looks to be push through Heaven.
Yeah,
Mako.
And the focus here is actually going to come down to RB. GE should give the plant here. They shouldn't overextend. They should give the plant. But RB, when does he move and which path does he take? He's waiting to see if he hears any audio cues. He doesn't. So when does he start to crawl into vent to provide support?
That was a lot of guys just pushing on through into Heaven, as now that will totally be given over to the side of Global Esports.
Well, RB's going to be met with a Sage Wall when he tries to support from Heaven.
Buzz has a very nice angle. Ronsky able to trade that one back. Stacks decayed at the moment, as they'll have to push through this Viper wall, as from behind they are getting in there, as Monyet defending this for now as they try to retake this one. He's got smoke, he's got really half defused, but the suck comes in.
Yeah, they heard Stacks earlier. They now know where RB is. What a hold on!
I think it's going to go off. Yeah, Boxy going to get that kill up in there, and Global Esports are able to pick up the defuse with 8 seconds left. Very nicely handled on the retake.
Yeah, no, what a great retake. And one of the big important factors there was Aaron backing off of elbow immediately, right? Once they decide, okay, let's just hang back on A Heaven as well, they back off all the way to screens and say, as long as we can file back into Heaven, that's when we'll be fine. We're hearing a lot of GE fighting chants over here. I love that GE has their staff in all their matches. We saw it at Sao Paulo as well.
Yeah.
They're always trying to hype up the crowd and the players themselves. Now with DRX on pistols again. It's going to be, this time we see the aggressive Sage wall to buy time on A main.
Well, Monyet hanging in here. He's got the judge. He's going to pick up 2, make it 3. As they're just fishing a barrel for him. Not much they can do about that.
If you've ever wondered why DRX doesn't like this map, that is exactly why they don't like this map. They just don't want to have to play against all these shotguns.
Well, there you go. Monyet picks up the 4K, and it's flawless. After the pistol round, Global Esports in a very nice position here on the vendor side.
Okay, you've got your buys. And now, importantly, you noted that they bought shotguns, right? You saw the judge coming out. You saw Bucky as well. We didn't hear it, though, but you know it was very close quarters buys from GE. So DRX, they've got to use their utility early to inch forward. They cannot take any risks here and end up losing crucial weapons.
Let's see how it goes. They got 3 guys stacked here on the A site. They have 2 in mid and towards vents.
Oh, no.
So Trailblazer pushing on through. Here comes Global Esports trying to get aggressive, but Mako pulls down the angle. He picks up 2, but Tit's taken out by the grenade as Monyet is in the smoke, picks up 2 with the judge. And DRX will continue to hate this map for now as Monyet picks up a Phantom and takes him down for his 3rd.
Monyet, you monster! I mean...
Oh.
Well,
It was
okay.
on the other side.
Yeah, RV's just going to clear that out, but listen, Mako holds so strong on A main, and yet Global, you saw the commitment they had to fight for A main. They say Monyet can hold mid with the judge. He can hold on to Mail. That's all we need. If we can push out of A main, recover a couple weapons, right? If we hard commit and recover weapons, we can actually fight for this round, and in fact, now they're poised to try to take the win 2v1.
See how this is going to go. I think Global Esports can just chill over towards the vents, wait and see if RB is going to plant.
30 seconds left.
Kind of go from there.
Okay, so RB does have 3 stars, but he doesn't have much time to set them up because he's going to want to stick with the plant as well. He just sets it up right close to him for a safe plant. Now, we do have 2 guiding lights from Botsy.
Spike planted.
It's going to come down to how much can he provide support for Aaron to open up these angles here. RB's trying to make them think that he's in one of these smokes.
Yeah, when in fact he's just got the lineup here from main.
Right, yeah, they saw this plant position. Now they expect this. He's trying to draw out the gravity well, and RB doesn't bite.
Ooh, not gonna happen. Okay, the spray, 41 health. RB just barely able to hold on to that. Aaron is going to get the gravity well in as he has been in this position before. Let's see if he can line it up. 6 health. Seems familiar.
Oh no, Aaron.
There it is, the headshot from RB for the 3rd kill in a row. And a massive clutch to give DRX a chance on this map.
Aaron just cannot land 6 damage today against DRX. What a traumatic round for him. Coming back again. This time he knew. You can tell that he got the call about the health because he just tries to spray down after the fake. But RB's peaks were so good.
They were just insane, and we're going to see here once again. The first kill is rough. I mean, he gets it. But then this one.
Wow.
See Termy there, he's like, oh God.
Yeah.
Thankfully, he's able to get that one. I mean, that was the bonus round, right? So DRX really desperately needed that one. And yes, they only do hold on to 1 gun, but at least they take the round down for their sake.
Yeah, just one other thing we noticed in that previous round as RB gets the final kill is he realizes that Aaron's on the Bulldog, and he hears the triple burst, so he peeks out in that timing, which is impressive. Now, Vronsky, I think Mako should have known that it was a double stack there because he heard the guiding light as well, but Vronsky still gets the kill.
Foxy in to the vents, and DRX actually open up mid with this play. It's now quick on through B Tower. They're going to try to make their way onto the site. The rotation is swift, but Buzz is right there with the headshot. And this has been shut down pretty nicely from DRX. Ronsky looking to fast push just a bit. Misses the shot onto RB.
Spike planted.
Just trying to eliminate RB's position for the time being.
And able to spot Buzz. A little bit slow on the shot, but still able to land it.
No charges left.
This is not a lot of angles for him to come on through as Aaron now finally going to be able to follow up.
Yeah, the positions are tough, right? You've got both angles. We're even going to see the Cosmic Divide here, but Aaron actually picks off the kill in time, so it is a 2v2.
Yeah, just like that, Baronski through the divide, and Stax is able to take down both. As on 10 health, he gets the job done, ties things up for DRX.
We're not done yet.
And yeah, just you can see DRX, the Cosmic Divide usage there, maybe just trying to really safely secure themselves a spot back in this game.
I mean, Baronski actually gets the first kill here as well, and yet, you know, Global Esports, they get a little greedy. I mean, they've had some good rounds where they're able to cut off the initial entry from DRX, or even when they were on the attacker side. But right there, you let Foxy9 pass, but you gotta imagine that there's more members. Trying to commit to that one kill seems a bit of a greedy move.
Nice little flash and entry as Foxy9 able to pick that one up. Pretty strong push into B main with 3 members of DRX.
Even if you're on an eco, you gotta get whatever advantages you can. I'm trying to greed for a kill here alone with the Classic. I mean, I think at that point, right, you just back out and group as 4, either die to the spike or try to fight as 4. But it seems like Global, they're starting to panic just a tad bit, right? They're not able to keep the lead that they had in the early parts of the first half. We're starting to see kind of these solo plays where they're trying to just peek out for their own duels. And DRX is actually now grouping as a group, 3, 4, maybe sometimes even 5 members to cover each other's backs.
Yeah, it's very important, I think, for Global Esports to kind of do what they did on Haven, right? It was a very close match. They were able to get a bunch of rounds towards the end and make things very even down to the wire, down 13 to 11. So, yes, it is an eco. See what they can do here as the plant comes down. And Global Esports will awkwardly have to push through the spawn, try to make something happen.
Yeah, you got to imagine with the position they took, they were so far away anyway. You got to hope that they're going to die to the spike here. That's their hope. Yeah, they're just going to stick right by here and then inch forward at the end. Meanwhile, on DRX's side, you know, some of them have okay econ, but no reason to hard push for these kills, right? I mean, yeah, Mako could get his Viper's Pit, but is that risk potentially giving over these free upgrades? Probably not.
You could check Foxy's spot. He can actually catch them trying to rotate into the spike.
Oh no.
But he's kind of got an awkward angle. Ronski's going to take down that kill.
Yeah, I mean, that's okay though, Foxy. He's going to get the showstopper anyway. And now Aaron's just going to run away with the free upgrade.
Yeah. It's very nice for him. Just able to hold on to that one weapon as we do go into now a very even round in terms of economy.
Yeah, but we got to note, right, the showstopper was completed in the previous round by Foxy9, the null command and the Seekers as well. You know, once DRX rarely will ever go for a blind 5-man rush, but once they fish for some information and, you know, potentially once that Sage Wall gets popped and then dropped, DRX can group and they can set up for the showstopper.
Well, we saw what he was able to do the last time around. As this time, Mako not going to be caught off guard by this.
Okay, so Ronski takes a huge risk to get to the other side of the wall, but it is going to provide very useful, right? It means that DRX, they expect him to be on top of the wall, but they didn't get the kill. They didn't get sight lines, so they have to back off. And now this is a main in full control for Global Esports. Texture getting a showstopper to combat Foxy's.
It's a very important timing to pick it up, and now he's going to push out. He's got the Boombot sent out, but Mako's holding this down.
Okay, but Global now pushed out even further, so they know that everyone has to be stuck in mid. But Global, if they're going to go, they have to be able to catch up to Mako, because otherwise they're going to get caught from behind. They have to understand that their backs are now open. They actually don't have control of A main anymore.
Madian's able to get the one in mid, though, as showstopper mid. And oh, man, the shorty from that range is able to take down Foxy, as his showstopper did pretty much nothing.
Well, okay, well now the push out from Ronski and Texture proving very valuable.
RB's got a nice angle. He's going to pick up 2, and Stax gets one elsewhere. Immediately makes this 2v2 as Stax hanging on the ropes. Looking to bait out a bunch of shots, but okay, they're actually going to jump in behind him. Stax is going to get shorty from underneath as Manya is on 4.
10 seconds
and now it's up to RB again. He's got 8 seconds.
He's got a plan.
Yeah, just got to plan it. There it is. He's got enough time as long as he doesn't get delayed as they are running on in. As trying to spray on through, they don't quite land the shots. As he is pretty low, though.
They know where he is.
Oh, and down he goes.
Wow.
Mania with the ace here in round 18. And Aaron's going to be able to pick up this defuse, a massive turning point here in favor of Global Esports.
Props to Monyet for holding mid for so long, because I was getting concerned with Ronsky and Texture pushing out without actually further info on A main, but Monyet just sprays down with all the weapons he has through the smoke. And I like this choice here too, right? Just double down and say, listen, we know where RB is. Let's make this a 2v1 in both directions, right? Let's not get caught in two different 1v1s. Let's just commit to trying to catch stacks. Monyet gets 2 shorty kills. That's now tied 9-9. They still have crucial ultimates on the side of Global.
It's denied by the wall. And it's not going to feel too good about that. But Mako did pick up the kill. As Foxy, I guess he was distracting.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was an idea of if the Sage Wall doesn't come, we'll do a fast push. But if it does, you know, let's just spray down it afterwards. I think this was a very intentional setup from DRX. And they're actually able to take advantage of it by getting the kill onto Ronsky.
All right, we see Guiding Light in through mid, and Monyet's trying to hold it down again, but they take him out early. Very important for DRX's push through mid, as now in tower, they should be able to take out B-Site for themselves.
Yeah, during that whole fight in mid, we heard Texture pop a showstopper to try to catch Mako. He actually doesn't get the job done. So he knows that Mako's been pushed all the way to attacker spawn, but they are on their back foot, right? I mean, you still have the null command from Buzz as well if DRX wants to really secure this round, which surely they do, looking at their economy slowly starting to spread thin.
Yeah, last time they were in this position, they got that Cosmic Divide down. They took the round relatively comfortably, but
I like this from GE. Once again, they say, you know what? Split is meant to be defender-sided. We cannot all full buy next round, so let's save once again. We saw this decision made from Haven, and Achilles talked about it once more. Apparently a timeout's going to come up, it looks like, but Achilles pointing out at the desk again the fact that while it feels bad, that was the right choice. The 5-man save over on Haven this time as well, right? Keep these rifles. You can try to make the Seekers in the next round. I think you still have that Cosmic Divide on Monyet as well. Come back strong onto the next round and keep the momentum going.
They did this last time with the save into timeout, into lots of discussion about how they're going to handle it from here. I think that their defending side has been decent, but a couple of clutches from RB, a couple of very close rounds that go the way of DRX, and they're in a pretty comfortable spot here with that last round win.
Something just caught my eye. The far right sign there says, Stacks stop swearing. It's either Stacks stop swearing or stop trash talking Stacks. One or the other, but I think it's the first one, because I think Stacks sometimes gets a little excited on stage. We don't always catch it in the replays, but a lot of the fans have said that they hear it when they're in the stadium. Now, importantly, Global Esports, a change I think worth making is, okay, Monyet, while he's great in mid, DRX is starting to figure this out, right? They're going to just constantly spam. They're going to try to swarm him with utility to take that control. Do you either plant someone else there, maybe the Sage? I know the Sage in mid feels bad because we've seen it done time and time again. Or do you actually just empty it, right? And just say, go back to the pistol round. Say, let's just make sure we don't give up a tower and just stick with it. Okay, Monyet's going to stick near mid, but he's not going to commit to it, and they're actually going to do a hard stack on B main. Global Esports, their intention here is to push out.
Let's see if it works out, because we got 2-3 members of DRX hanging around there as well.
Oh, they empty mid as well.
They did this before with the Guiding Light into Foxy P. See if it works out as, okay, it's going to take the Satchel on over, and DRX not going to challenge them, and even a Sage Wall is put down.
That is the way to complete this, though, right? Because the whole intention was if we don't get contact, we can get the Seekers for free. They get it, and now they know, okay, DRX is just waiting for us as well. So, no reason to rotate anybody. You've still got the Seekers. I mean, I think, Batsy, you save that until maybe the 40-second mark, and then you use it to double-check. He does have an extra Guiding Light here. I think you use something here at the 1-minute mark just to check for information.
Here's Texture as the blind comes out, but Foxy gets 2 anyway!
Foxy dodges the flash instantly.
And Batsy now trying to hold down in the corridor, sprays him down as Buzz, even with the ult up, Stacks is finally going to shut him down, making this a 2v2. It's going to give time, though, for Global Esports to rotate on over to B.
Yep, Buzz comes back alive. Stacks protecting RB so that they can res that KO. Now, Bodsy, he swings out at the end because he knows that otherwise he's going to get sprayed down. Yeah, he buys time for the rotates, and Magnet's back.
Oh,
and,
he's just waiting for him. 3 in a row. They just line up. Oh, boy. Global Esports able to tie it up at 10 now.
Yeah, we forgot to talk about Magnet's passive buff, which is he gets plus 50% accuracy in mid on splits. What a monster he is on that part of the map. Look at this.
Better luck next life.
2 and 3.
He looks around, he's like, did anyone see that?
Yeah.
Can someone get this?
Oh, man. Well, it's just making things more interesting for us.
Absolutely.
As we were tied up at 10 on Haven. We're tied up at 10 on Split.
Oh, they want to take a nice change from Global. They push out this time. And not only do they take out Buzz, which is... Uh-oh.
Mako, though, he lines up too. Gonna keep things close. As he was able to push in from Heaven down into the vents.
Well, Aaron now committing to holding the site on his own, which is very risky.
He's gonna wait.
Yeah, Aaron just wants just 1 kill even.
It's like RB knows he's there and he's gonna win the firefight. This is looking pretty strong now on the take for DRX. So we have seen Global Esports many a time in this position to save. And I think this is one of the more obvious spots as it is 2 to 4 and even a pit want to be used.
Okay, well, once you hear the pit, you for sure save, right? You say, okay, you know what? We at least baited out that extra ultimate. That's fine. Texture's down to 0 creds. Aaron's down to 350. We cannot get full buys once again in the next round. Global Esports. Again, they tried this 4-man push over at Lock-in as well. That time, I think it might have been on an eco, and it did get shut down in mid that time. This time, they go out. They get a quick kill on Buzz, but actually, Aaron was hanging back in the site on elbow on A, and so there was no way to check if someone had gotten into A tower. So a bit of a flaw there. Hopefully that's something we see them brush up on if they choose to continue to bring out that play in future splits.
Hey, you'd imagine that would be pretty important as the last 4 rounds have gone back and forth. And DRX once again are in the lead. Even here on the attacker side after the half, which was even 6-6.
Global Esports trying to figure out how they want to do their buys. I think they're just going to save everything for the next round, even if it means giving up match point. I mean, you know, maybe you have Batsy at least buy. Yeah, Frenzy, I was about to say. Can just hold the close quarters.
Texture just going to hold the angle on A and make sure they don't go in through here. But you see that DRX, they've only got Mako in that same position that he was a couple of rounds ago. As the push will actually come in through mid.
Yeah, once they hear all this noise in mid, yeah, B main has to push out. They have to push out, and they need to somehow fight against RB and keep control of Garage. Meanwhile, on the A side, I mean, you got to choose. Do you go back to A tower to fight that, or do you try to fish out for Mako? You do have the res on Ronsky, so Texture can...
Oh, Mako's lining it up. He gets the one, spots Texture, so that's a lot of info going to DRX on this push on to A.
Yeah, Texture is all alone, though. He's just trying to buy time. He does get out to elbow, and backup is on its way in the form of Batsy.
Yeah, they're trying to essentially sprint into this one. Batsy gets into screens as Texture...
Watch that.
Behind, he's taking a lot of damage, but gets the one. He's playing through the smoke so well, he knows that one is in there as well. Takes out Foxy, but Stacks gets the trade. And now it's 2 for 1 as Seekers come out. And the plan is coming in onto A.
Yeah, they know where he is because of the Seekers. Aaron trying to jump down on it. Well,
yeah, just trying to run in. He's got a frenzy and a dream, essentially, as Buzz will let him know what is up at the end of that one, as now Global Esports, a final buy, a final chance to tie things up.
You have all these ultimates, and I know that they've been waiting to use these for retakes. I mean, you know, the Cosmic Divide, better used as a retake tool, but there is a question. Do you use the pit? It looks like he might be poised to use it in mid just to shut that down. Magnet's going to watch his back and vents. They showed this at Lock-in as well. So it comes down to Texture. What can he do on main? Ronsky is there with the res if Texture gets taken out.
Yeah. As they're going to break the wall. Decide where to go from there. It looks like hanging out in sewers again. See, we'll have to pick up that spike and maybe just go for mid again, as of course there is a pit here, so a little bit more difficult.
So the most important thing now is Botsy. How crisp can he be with his timings on his Trailblazer and the Guiding Light? He's jiggle peeking right in between, but every 20-second increment, he should use one of these abilities. There's a Trailblazer. It comes out. Does he get a spot? He does. The vision should have hit.
Yeah.
So they know Aaron starting to try to provide support there.
This one feels pretty obvious, but as I say that, DRX are going to try to mix it up and back away.
Yeah, I mean, I think once you go down to 45-40, yeah, use the Seekers. See if they're still in front of B main or not. Now, Buzz is trying to come here just to take these out. Okay, this is trying to sell the idea that DRX is still in front of B, which means Global, they cannot commit to a rotate.
Yeah, and Botsy actually rotates over to B. There's 2 of them on B right now.
30 seconds left.
And that's not essentially where you want to be, as Buzz is really trying to sell this grenades, everything being thrown into the smoke as in he goes, dies someone yet, but the push is on A.
Yeah, but Texture has a read on this as well. And Ronsky.
Oh, but Mako trying to clutch it, picks up 2.
10 seconds left.
Okay, well, they do clear the site, but it is a 3v2. Now, it's Global. I know they might want to save this Cosmic Divide, but it is match point.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, you gotta use it.
Toxins going up.
Talk screen as well. Mako on the backside. He's got some help from RB. There's the Cosmic Divide.
Oh, this is great for Monette because it's setting it up for screens, but Monette can scout across the other side of the wall.
Stacks waiting behind. Monette gets the 1 and no kill. Botsy able to get the 1 and 3 health as he can hold this now. RB does not have a chance to make his way in. Okay.
Yeah, there's the gravity well.
And down he goes, Monette from the top. And that will be a defuse. Global Esports, they've got a chance here. 1 round away from tying it up.
If they win the split, I mean, all eyes on Monette, right? Not only does he single-handedly win rounds in mid, but that Cosmic Divide setup to make it look like they're all going to try to funnel into screens, and then he watches for anyone waiting on his side of the Cosmic Divide from Heaven, able to pick off that kill. And then he's actually able to finish off the round as well.
Well, it all comes down to this as the GE cheers have returned.
I mean, this is the time. This is the time to shout it out, right? Let's go to map 3. I think everyone would love to see that. I mean, maybe not DRX fans, but it would be exciting at the very least.
Sure. I mean, this has been really back and forth and fun Valorant, regardless of who you're a fan of. So seeing more of it would be benefit to everyone, I think, as here comes DRX into vents.
Okay, Global has made a good change, just letting DRX get up to vents from mid. But they're actually going to hunt him down with the Sage Wall.
Oh, they're going to get in?
A great change from Global to make sure the second line of attack from DRX cannot provide support. The Ray's down now. The entries are much weaker, and now DRX has to go in with their flashes.
And this is a lot to ask. You got 3 people, or 2 now, as we see Bossy is rotating over to B. He's trying to hold down from ramps.
Yeah, Aaron's just holding an off angle. He just wants to get info and hold on to ramps, right? Mid is being watched by Monette. They say if they go into A, that's fine. Give them the plant. Now, the big question is RB's all the way over on B main. When does he rotate? Oh! What?
I guess Aaron didn't see him, and Mako's just able to line that up, but Rez comes in.
Okay, snake bite. Well, okay, at the very least, Global on their side, they hold control. They hold control of A tower.
Good spray. Buzz takes a lot. Stacks trades 1 for 1, which is good for Global here. It's down on the backside. Yeah, Aaron's gonna able.
They know Mako's here. The only one they don't know about is RB.
Yeah. Who is also hanging over. Diffuse comes in. Mako gets the kill. Uh-oh. This is getting more interesting.
Half isn't done yet.
Through the smoke, they have to go, and there it is! Couple kills. 1 to Ronsky, 1 to Texture. Diffuse comes in, and we will be going to overtime.
Oh my gosh, Global Esports taking DRX to overtime. I don't think that was on anyone's bingo card for VCT Pacific 2023.
Well, they almost did in the first map, and now on map 2, they finally make it happen. Both teams getting 6 rounds on either side, so what can you say? very evenly matched are these two teams. Global Esports have risen to the task, and they are certainly going blow for blow with one of the best teams here. If they could overtake them and force a map 3, that would be huge for this squad.
And the true winner of this map is the AR director in the studio. Finally gets to show off the overtime scoreboard in AR.
Yeah.
I do like it, right? Instead of just trying to keep track of the entire score, we'll do that for you guys, but we just want to know who's on match point, right? Who's getting close to the 2 wins that you're going to need to win out map 2. Global Esports trying to push this to map 3 on Pearl. And DRX, I mean, yeah, it is round robin. As long as you win the match, it's okay, but it's not going to feel great in DRX's position.
Yeah, you were so close. You dropped 2 in a row. What can you say? Just try to forget that happened and essentially just play the smaller best of series that we have here in these last bunch of rounds.
Now, my big question is Global Esports, they had a good streak in the beginning on their attack, and then once DRX adjusted with the timeout is when they couldn't eke out more round wins. So do they have some other wildcards prepared on this first couple overtimes when they're on the attacking side to try to get their lead? Because I think their defense, they're starting to figure out DRX's pacing here and their defaults.
Yeah, it really does feel like Global has got a read on them. Let's see how it's going to go after the side swap.
There is a change, right? They're just ditching A entirely. They're going to focus on mid. They want to get full mid control and then decide if they want to rotate back out. But they are going to have to speed this up because they have no information on whether DRX pushes out of A main or not.
Yeah. As they will look to push on through just a bit. It's utility use here in mid as grenade comes out and they say, well, it's going to slow us down just a bit.
Yeah, I mean, they did draw out a lot of utility. This is just going to be a full commit onto B.
Yeah, Foxy, he's here. He hears them all as well. Lines it up. Perfect timing on the peak 1v4 as on the back of the site here is RB as well. Texture is in. A lot of members of Global are in onto the site, but RB and Foxy are able to hold it down and leave only Monyet on the site here alone.
Foxy9 staying alive for so long, creating different off angles to keep Global Esports at bay. It comes down to Monyet. He's done some heroics so far in this map, but not too much time on his side.
It's going to run on over. I think that's the sound cue they needed as a lot of spray coming through the smoke. Monyet in a really rough spot. Catches one, after that goes down, catches another! Monyet has been insane so far, but the flash from Buzz is too good. And the timing is right there as Buzz just barely gonna hold on to that round for the side of DRX.
That right-click flash drive was just so clean, right? It pops right as he sees it. You see Monyet trying to dodge it, but if Monyet dodges that, I think he swings back, gets killed, given just what momentum he had there. But look at Foxy9's positioning, right? Just creating these angles to stay alive and even get 2 kills.
Nice. One enemy remaining.
Watch this flash.
Perfect, yeah.
They're like, oh, that's a relief.
Yeah, that's a relief for sure.
Thank God.
Okay, well, timeout. DRX, okay, they want to close it out on this attacking side. And I do like this. We haven't seen this work out too well in the past when teams try to use an early timeout in overtime to close it out. But the reason I like it is because towards the later part of DRX's attacking half, it was actually GE who makes the last adjustment, right? And DRX hasn't had a time to try to iterate some other changes. So now's a good time for Termi to say, okay, this is what GE changed in the last 2 rounds. How do we combat that? You looking at that sign?
Yeah, there was a sign. It was like, if you guys lose, you have to get together with me, basically. I don't know if they'll take that offer.
Yeah.
No. I don't think that's a done deal by any means.
The strongest of motivations to win.
Yeah.
For DRX. Well, all right, Global Esports as well. I mean, surely you see this timeout coming out, Eraser. Shirley has told them, all right, we can't do the same things over on mid. Okay, yeah, so they go back to a very slow default. Now, I would love to see Botsy start to push out off of his utility on B main, right? Because otherwise, it doesn't mean much. Yeah, he's starting to push out because that way the stack on A has meaning. Because now they can say, just keep 3 people on A. There's no one in front of Garage.
Yeah. Aaron in position, gets a little bit of poke damage there on a Foxy.
I mean, it's a miracle Foxy actually stays alive there.
Yeah.
Okay, Trailblazer out of Garage as well. And into Ramen.
Yeah.
Foxy has so much information on the side of B. Now, the only problem is they actually ditched mid entirely. So it's a 4-man stack on A.
And they're pushing out, I mean, they're going to get some information that, okay, a little bit of a rotation has come out from DRX as Texture gets one. RB.
Yeah, but seeing the position, Texture, yeah, he wants to stay alive because he's only 1 point away from a showstopper. Now they know that they didn't spot everyone on DRX, so there could be a rotate, which is why Botsy now goes back to watch mid. We do have the Aster Star from Monette to support on B side, but I like Global Esports' idea. Just don't commit to this because Botsy, all he has to do is stay alive in Garage on B main.
30 seconds
Just
left.
spot the plant and then keep main alive.
That's his job. Let's see the timing of when he pokes out as they are already in there. He
Stay
picks
alive.
up a kill as well.
He needs to stay alive. Yeah, I mean, you've bought enough time. You cannot try to stop the plant right now. Stay alive. It's a 5v3.
All right, he's going to hold it. Botsy
10 seconds
in the
left.
smoke. Stax wants to take it down.
RB? It's a pinch.
Oh, and they pinch him perfectly. They take him out.
And then Buzz has actually pushed out into Alley as well. DRX has great positions despite being down in numbers.
Oh, Aaron nearly takes him out, though. Bit of damage is now Buzz pushing forward. Knows there's Ronsky behind him. Ronsky gets the kill. As in the smoke they are. RB in mid-jump, still going to get the kill. As Diffuse is down. The spray, they try to 2v1 him, but he takes him down. Ronsky, and Aaron pokes around and takes down Stax. And they do have ample time to get the Diffuse. Global Esports.
Woo!
Smooth on the defense.
Man, when we saw Global Esports and DRX with their April
Switching
Fool's joke
sides.
about Mako and Fox not
Overtime.
going over, we thought that was going to be the spotlight for these two teams this weekend, but boy, we've been proven wrong with this split in map 2. And I mean, props to both teams, right? Global Esports, great adjustment with Botsy pushing out and trying to stay alive in Garage, buys enough time for the rotate. Meanwhile, DRX, RB sneaks in, gives time for Stax to go into backside. That's the only chance they had to win out. They unfortunately do not. And now we go over to round 27. You know, I often imagine that all of the GE guys would make great casters because they never run out of their voice.
They might need it for map 3, man. I mean,
yeah, this
you gotta be careful.
This could go down to the very last stretch. Of course, map 3, Pearl is waiting for us there. I don't know how clearly you guys can hear that through our microphones, but it is very clear to us through our headsets.
Yeah. Texture fan right behind him over there on the GE side. And of course, this timeout is going to give time to both sides to try to discuss what we can do better going into this next one. And honestly, I don't really know, like, what is the strategy going to be here for DRX now moving over after having lost the last round. That was pretty close as they move back on a defense.
All right, so Global, their default setup is back to the very original, right? Wait for the intel gathering coming out from DRX, see if they push out. If they don't, maybe counter it with your own info. Over on a main. We're just gonna see the 0 point come out.
All right, Mako holding down vents. Bit of a passive position there as the rotation through sewers will come in.
Oh, this is a nice change though, right? Because Aaron's in the same position he always was when he was lurking over on the A side. And now they're going to start to strike with the Trailblazer. It's a bit of a twist on the GE special, but a gravity wall buys just enough time.
Oh, and Buzz, he's on the run.
God.
He's like, oh God, get me out of here. As they all move in on to tower.
Okay, they need to clear elbow though. What are their tools to clear this out? Buzz already uses one flash drive. They baited that out.
Oh, Foxy on the backside here is going to underhand the grenade to buy himself some time.
Foxy needs to provide support from A main.
There's one. There is, nope, the
down
trade for Monette. On the backside, in the screens, in they go. They're both low on health. Buzz here in elbow. Trying to hold it down.
Oh no!
As they push through, another trade. Monette is just insane right now. Botsy, they get the push. And they should be able to put down this plant.
Mako looking to see if he wants to creep in early. No, he's going to wait for RB to provide a second angle from above, but an amazing cosmic divide.
Just got to push.
Mako!
Oh, Oh man, that was insane. Makes it a 2v2 and pushing out! What? They push out of the Cosmic Divide and Mako and RB get one apiece. And that will be the defuse as DRX hold on barely.
Wow. Okay. I know why Bozzy did that, right? Because you just got cleared from elbow. You imagine that it's only one on the other side, you know, in the main part of the site. So you push out, try to get a crossfire off the flash. But unfortunately, DRX was just one step faster in creating their own crossfire there. Bozzy's plan was fine. The Cosmic Divide was good. It's really just Mako marching in through that Astro Wall to get the first kill on Monyet. That changes everything.
Yeah. I think he really did hear me call out his KD on map 1. He's like, no. But jokes aside, Mako's really stepped it up here. He's gotten comfortable, and he is holding this team together.
And a note, Monyet also has 36 kills. So.
Yeah, Monyet has been disgusting on this map.
Yeah, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he's been carrying GE a certain amount. But GE, good changes once again. This time it's a harder push with a stack on B main. Now, because it's 3 people, what they do is they push out, but then they just go back because they don't want to give up all of B Heaven and Vent and all of that for free. So now you're like, okay, I'll just keep Jiggle peeking Garage, and Botsy will see if there's anyone over by A tower. That allows them to set up for a good retake on B if it is going to be a B strike, which it appears to be so.
Yeah, looking like it. As they're up there, nobody's checking, nobody's peeking onto this one. Buzz gonna get that entry. Monyet flash spamming, and he can't get the kill.
Oh no.
The entry is clean for DRX, and this might be the way they win this map.
They're not set up for a great retake either. Only a single guiding light and a slow orb from Sage to make this work. They have to pop out. They have to pick off one, at least one, to get an advantage, but...
Yeah. Foxy gets the info. They got 2 guys stacked there on the backside of the site.
Yeah, and then you've got one in B main, and then you have RB trying to get the flank onto Heaven.
Aaron, though, able to get one. The spray, Dronsky gets 2! And the defuse is coming in. There's enough time, but Mako.
They got half. The snake bite comes out.
Dronsky again.
Do they know where RB is, though?
And the res.
Pulling them in.
He's got the suck. Is it enough?
They suspect it. They know he's up in
Is it enough to spray? And no, Ronsky picks it up, and we are going to more rounds.
I'll be honest, I wrote this off as soon as Texture gets spammed through that wall, because you called it, Valdez. No one was watching that despite having Botsy intentionally checking A tower instead of B Heaven. You had to expect that pinch to be there. But Global Esports, what a retake, what an amazing flash coming in from Botsy. Wow.
Yeah, they're pretty happy about that.
Yeah.
No surprise. As we reset, 14-14.
Wow. Going to round 29.
Yep, we are in this one already.
Yeah, I mean, no timeouts anymore either. So at this point, we always like to remind you guys, it really actually comes down to a bit of endurance, right? Who's keeping their focus in the game? You've seen so much from your opponents in terms of their choices, their styles, and even some of their curveballs. So GE, they've done a lot of B rushes through main, but this time they just poke a little fun at mid, and now they're going to stack. And I don't mind this. In terms of round-to-round calling, this is a decent idea.
Kind of south the push. Texture slowed down just a bit. Foxy in the site as well.
They don't know Texture's in deep, though.
Foxy gets it. He gets the one, and yeah, Texture picks up that kill, as you mentioned. Monyet as well. RB, very nice swing, but traded back again. And now it's up to Stacks. As this plant is going to come down, Aaron, good position. And there it is, Botsy able to shoot him down. And all of a sudden, Global Esports, I believe for the first time as well here in overtime, will take the lead.
Yep, for the first time, meaning that it's the first time either team has been able to get their attacking side as well. And oftentimes when we see this happen, we gotta imagine that the momentum now goes over to Global's side, right? And you know what? They're doubling down. They say, okay, we have the attack. Put Texture on the operator that he loves so much. Have him hold A. They're committing to this. It's going to be Botsy fishing for information on B main once again.
See if it works out.
The wall's just a fake. The wall is a fake to plant Texture with the operator.
Texture is pushing just a bit, peeking the corners. Mako's gonna stay in the same spot that he has been when DRX have been on attack.
So most likely Global, they don't make any more rotations. Maybe you send either Manette or Aaron over into, oh, Aaron's even gonna, oh my gosh.
Love this.
Oh, this is, you gotta expect it, yeah. So he spams it, Aaron says, okay, fine.
There it is.
There it is. This is what they were waiting for. And just so we know, Ronsky was actually hanging back to provide slow orbs if Texture needed to make an escape, but he's not gonna need it.
Oh, look at the push. Aaron sitting, waiting. They clear out the angle. Buzz able to get the headshot, and now the push comes in. Foxy with another headshot as they will get a clean entry into B now.
Oh my gosh, Aaron, listen, Aaron had the right idea. You know, you get cleared out of the first box and you say, surely they won't expect the second one, and Buzz says, no, we hate this map for a reason. We check every corner on Split.
Well, Ronsky's got some good info. See if that leads to something for them. Ronsky's going to aggressively peek as the grenade comes in by Mako. Clean as ever. Oh, grenade kill in the backside there. Texture as an operator.
Yeah, I mean, no matter how good you are with the op, this is so hard.
Let's see it. Nope. Not gonna hit it. Gets the second one though, and a showstopper. Is there enough time?
No, he's got to stick half right now.
Yeah.
And then try to get just one more kill, but
it's not enough time. He gets the one though.
Oh, yeah, no
yeah,
time.
just not enough time. Nice try. He tries to get the morale booster, but not even able to get that. RB picks that one up and ties us up at 15 apiece.
This is my favorite part where we get to tell you guys that our score sheets always run out at round 30. And already in week 2, we are running out of space on map 2 of this match between DRX and Global Esports.
Well, it's a very entertaining first time to cast for VCT Pacific for me, William.
I mean, this is very exciting, yeah. And
map 1, 2, and then now we get to this, and we're in overtime already. A huge treat.
All right, a delayed 0 point, and this will actually catch Aaron. And so a little bit of different information than DRX is used to, but then you imagine, okay, if it's only Aaron, it's probably still alert.
Scout destroyed.
Now they don't know that Bazzi is here, and Bazzi's going to start using some of the Sky utility to try to force DRX to shift their weight over to the A side, and the perfect timing for the rest of the main force of GE to push mid.
Let's see it. Foxy in position, spots him, can't land the shot as in he goes, and Mako's gonna hold down Vents for now. He's holding this angle, he's right behind the wall, he's barely able to pick up that kill with 29 health. As now they're pushing in through the tower, they're gonna try to go downstairs. Let's see if Mako's ready for this. They probably hear him running in, and that's an easy kill for Ronsky.
Oh, he tries to set up.
Oh, and they're waiting for him, Buzz. Able to lock it down, and RB gets another one. Defenders win, and DRX will take the lead. Round 31.
Match point.
Oh, boy. But I will say, GE, I mean, the way they adjusted to some of the skirmishes here in mid, their focus is still clearly here in this overtime. I mean, Mako just waiting for that one. But the idea of, okay, let's push through B Heaven, but then let's clear the backup that comes. Again, the comms are clearly still working. DRX is just a step ahead. Buzz with some great aim on that double kill. Gee, can they fight back? Take us to a couple more rounds of Split.
Yeah, we definitely need some more. We haven't had enough. I don't want to end on map 2.
No.
That just wouldn't be fair.
We only have one match today. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
We can go to map 3.
Give us the value as the peak comes through. Texture.
Okay, well,
Korean caster.
Yeah, you can just hear them.
It was a nice timing. RB gets totally caught off guard.
Now, Ronsky, again, one of those situations where his goal is to just stay alive, right? Just make sure you can at least hold on to part of a tower. Now, Makos should suspect this. So Bazzi's going to come help clear it out. He saw him.
Oh, hello.
Oh, he's actually stunned.
Yeah. Love that picture-in-picture. Mako still aggressive with this. Going to put the poison orb as Stax is already in onto the A site. Going to take down Ronsky in heaven. And now with the plant down, DRX on match point with this win.
So G has no idea where Mako is anymore. So they're just going to have to commit to this. They're going to have to rely on Monette to clear A tower and provide backup fire.
Grenade's good to buy some time. Second guiding light comes in. Botsy makes some noise to spray through the wall, and that should do it. It's all up to Monette, and he gets one, but not two. Stacks picks up the 4K, and DRX will take down map number 2 of Split. What an incredible clutch to make it happen there at the end of this one.
Absolutely wonderful match between DRX and Global Esports. And while DRX ekes it out here, 17-15, you gotta give credit to G as well. I mean, you can talk all you want about how, okay, well, maybe, DRX probably didn't show their full playbook and whatnot. Oh my gosh, am I looking at this correctly, Valdez?
I think so. The stats don't lie. Monette with the 39 bomb, 1 away from the 40, and yes, we did have a lot of extra rounds, but he was carrying the team for a lot of that and deserves a massive shout out.
Oh yeah, I mean, huge round of applause to Monette. But again, GE, no matter what DRX is showing or not, first of all, a lot of their players were able to keep up in terms of pure mechanics, right? In terms of pure 1v1 duels and aim. But then on top of that, the way Aaron was calling this whole match from Haven all the way to Split, I love not just the mid-rounding, but also kind of the round-to-round adjustments. And then, not so much on Haven, but on Split, the timeouts from Eraser as well, pinpointing how they need to make those adjustments. Because it's easy for us to call those out because we get to watch the minimap the whole match, but when you're in-game, it's not as easy. Even if you're the coach, I've heard some coaches say, I missed that play. I was watching the VODs. I missed what my players were doing because I was watching, the player POVs or whatnot. Just great adjustments from both sides here on this map, too.
You see some tears from DRX there at the end, but certainly some more sighs of relief as Global Esports as some fist bumps, but also some shoving, as you might as well. As some friends here on both sides, obviously. DRX with a big win, but they were certainly tested, and a massive treat for everybody who is watching. A very entertaining back and forth series we did have.
Yeah, and again, we had a sold-out venue here today, and especially because it was only one match, it's been a packed house for the full time. Even the second floor, we're seeing people standing up to try to get pictures of the players on stage right now, but what a treat we were served today for all the viewers and fans of VCT Pacific. Because what this means is, first of all, DRX still number 1, Foxy 9, we see that he can still hold his own even in overtime, but then GE, they're in for the long fight. They're going to try to fight to get into playoffs and potentially fight for one of the spots that goes to Masters Tokyo.
Well, that was really fun. That was just a lot of fun.
It really kind of drew out all the energy from not just us, but especially the GE fans cheering for all those 30-something rounds here on Split. But a beautiful match between these two teams.
Yeah, it was just absolute pleasure, and of course we will be hearing from one of the guys on the side of DRX.
I'm curious.
It's so close. I mean, who do you put as your MVP in this one? Because it was obviously Foxy in the first map, but then we also had Mako for the second map, who had so many clutches, so many multi-kills as well. Like, Foxy also had a good map too.
Yeah.
So maybe I'd lean towards him, but especially with all the clutches in overtime, it
is tough, right? I think overall stat-wise, I agree, it has to lean to Foxy. But then if you kind of think about just pure impact, maybe Mako, even if his score wasn't good on Haven, the couple clutches that he had, the couple times that he stayed alive meant so much. So while it's starting to get a little repetitive, maybe the MVP goes to Mako. That's where I stand for now.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he does pick up some votes. I think I'll probably end up voting for Foxy just because he also had like the massive clutch at the end of Haven, you remember, where he was like hopping in, took 2 big round wins in a row essentially by just kind of doing it all his own. He had like a 3K, a 4K, so we might not even be going into an interview if he had not been able to pull that off.
True.
Continue to be consistent into map number 2. So this is very interesting, though. We can say a lot about DRX. I think that Global Esports will be one of the big names to watch now, essentially in the rest of this tournament, because DRX was obvious, but now Global Esports, they already did have a lot of people watching them, but now it's like they raised their tier even more.
And let us remind everyone, this is without SK Rossi. Once he lands in Seoul, how does this team look, right? I mean, how are they going to change? Will they evolve, or will they actually have to kind of regroup? Because it's been a little while since he's been on the ground with the rest of the team. I mean, I am curious, but in terms of pure individual skill and the growth that G is showing, I think they're in it to really start to challenge pretty much every other team here in VCT Pacific.
Yeah, I remember, DRX, we were talking about this actually before the match just began. Like, DRX seems to be obviously number 1, but can you call your number 2 already?
Yeah, you asked me, and I started listing off like 3-4 teams. I'm like, yeah, that's about half of them. So I think it's pretty tough. I think we'll have a solid idea maybe into like week 3, once week 3 ends next week.
Well, I think G did a lot to improve their standing in that facet. But guys, we do have the interview ready. Let's hand it over to Jen for the interview.
Well, what a way to close out week 2. I'm standing here with Foxy9. Get this, for his first VCT interview. Massive congrats, Foxy9. I mean, my heart is still racing from that last match. What about yours? Is your heart doing okay? 폭시9 선수 승리 축하드립니다. 이제 모든 분들이 마지막 라운드 볼 때까지 심장이 두근두근 떨렸을 것 같은데 지금 폭시9은 어떤가요?
저도 이제 굉장히 떨렸고요, 일단은. 그리고 이제 질 거라는 생각 안 했기 때문에 네, 잘했던 것 같습니다.
절대.
네,
두 번째
절대.
맵도.
네.
Well, I was very nervous towards the end of the last round, but I didn't think that we were going to lose in any way. I was sure that we were going to 2-0 Global Esports. So yeah, no worries there. Well, I want to talk about that 32 round on split. How did you guys manage to stay focused? 그러면 이제 32라운드라는 좀 긴 경기를 했잖아요. 스플릿에서 어떻게 집중력을 유지하려고 했나요?
일단은 잘 모르겠긴 한데 그냥 이길 것 같아서 네, 그냥 한 것 같습니다. 죄송합니다.
Well, I don't know for sure, but I was pretty sure that we were going to win, so we just did what we usually do. 그러면 이제 폭시9 선수 개인적으로 보면 약간 버즈 선수 대신 타격대를 DRX에서 맡아야 됐었고 텍스처 선수를 상대해야 됐었고 했는데 부담감은 없었는지도 물어보도록 할게요. Well, Foxy9, today was not an easy task for you playing the duelist for DRX. That's not easy, and plus, man on the other side was Texture, so was there a sense of pressure coming in tonight?
부담감 없었습니다. 이길 거라 생각했기 때문에 그냥 한 것 같습니다. 네.
No pressure, no pressure. I'm ice cold. We're always gonna win. We're DRX. So I just want to ask you, how much practice did you have with this starting five? 그러면 이 멤버로 준비 기간은 어느 정도 됐던 건가요?
이거 비밀입니다.
Well, I can't tell you that. Okay. Well, Global Esports came out guns blazing. They were more than well prepared tonight. Was it tougher than you expected? 오늘 글로벌 e스포츠도 좀 상당히 칼을 갈고 나온 것 같았는데 좀 생각했던 것보다 힘들었던 경기 같거든요. 어땠나요?
네, 저도 정말 생각했던 것보다 힘들었던 것 같고 이제 잘하시더라고요. 그래서 네, 이겼습니다. 네.
Well, yeah, I mean, they were way stronger than I expected them to be, and they did give us a tough time. So I guess I kind of taught them a lesson. I just decided to take them down tonight. Well, last question. I mean, to the other teams watching tonight, I think you send shivers down their spine. Is there a particular team or a player that you would like to face? 그러면 이제 오늘 보는 다른 팀들은 좀 폭시9 선수와 DRX를 두려워할 것 같은데 만나고 싶은 팀이나 뭔가 선수가 있을까요?
이제 아시아 이제 지역에서는 만나고 싶은 팀이랑 사람은 없는 것 같고 이제 해외 쪽에 있는 이제 센티널즈 텐즈를 만나보고 싶습니다. 네, 제가 좋아하는 사람이기 때문에 개인적으로 그냥 사람을 좋아하는 겁니다. 네.
Well, no one specific in VCT Pacific, but I would love to face against Tens in Sentinels. I mean, I always look up to him, and I think he's such a friendly person, so I would love to play a game against him. Well, that was Foxy9, everybody, with the post-match interview. Thank you, Foxy, for your time. Well, actually, here's a surprise. There's a fan meeting for Global Esports and DRX happening right after this, so I gotta go line up for that. So, Victoria, I'm gonna toss it over to you.
I want to get in line for that too. Like, but Jen, what the heck? What a great interview though. Foxy9, I mean, look at him, no fear. I don't know though. If anything, Valorant has taught us never, ever underestimate anybody in the game. They played so well. How did we were out of our minds during this game. This was the first overtime of Pacific, and it was close. Every single round was very close.
I was losing my shit in the back room. There's no other way to say it without doing it justice. I was losing my mind. It was an insane match. This was by above and beyond way better than we could have ever anticipated. Yes, we end up, with the DRX win, it is a 2-0, but the fashion in which this happened, we say this a lot, the score does not tell the story of this game.
Yep.
If somebody wakes up and they go like, oh, I'm not going to watch that VOD, it's a 2-0 for DRX, you are so incorrect. This was one of the best series that we have had. I mean, it's the best match that we've had so far in Pacific, but I think, period, one of the best series that I've seen. This was incredible from Global. The way that they were able to push DRX, it was just great.
I mean, like Will said, these are the first few times, at least in the Pacific League, that we've seen Termi actually being forced to call these timeouts, and DRX pushed past their limits way into overtime. Not just 1, 2 overtimes, 4 freaking overtimes. And yeah, we were all just kind of, I think you and I, Seth, were definitely a little bit jealous of Brendan Valdez getting to cast this amazing series.
Comes in, does his casting debut, gets the Gigabanger.
Good for him.
I was happily just watching it,
so fun.
Screaming, going out of my mind. That was a fantastic game. I mean, DRX has a very long history of a solid play on split, so for it to come this close was amazing. And we thought it was in the bag for them. Seth, why don't you break this down? Because after their first timeout, Foxy9 has an amazing clutch, and we thought, maybe, it's going to go in that direction.
Yeah, this is where we thought maybe the turning point was going to come in, and this is going to happen right in round 6. So, like Quack was saying, early timeouts ended up getting called here by DRX right after round 5. Stax goes for an aggro push, manages to find one, catches Texture, but the res is there, and Buzz, he's not quite certain where the corpse is, so he's unable to spray down and retrade that kill. So already, GE, a good play. They end up with this 5v4. Things then, we're going to go ahead and fast forward a little bit as we take a look at what the rotations are going to be. Cosmic Divide ends up coming across, cutting the map in half. You see that it's going to be Money Yet taking a forward position over in mid. They rotate over, get themselves into heaven, push the Viper wall, jumping through, and say, okay, let's cut across. We'll go into mid and get ourselves situated over on B. So they decide to go for this play. Meanwhile, leaving the lurk there from Bazzi over towards A, slinking around. But Foxy, he hears them rotating in, jumps up over the top, finds the double kill, gets this great little minute snap onto Aaron's head, finds that elimination, and then they catch Bazzi trying to counter-rotate back across over towards that site. So really good play. We're like, okay, this was fairly clean. Stax is a casualty here, but this should be the turning point. Oftentimes, when Termi calls a timeout, it's going to be DRX being able to pick up multiple rounds, but it was not the case. Immediately, there was a response. Global, they do go ahead. They fire back. They put up another round. That puts them then at a 5-2 scoreline, and we're like, okay, this is already pretty bad for the attacking side here. You want to be able to get for the defending side, I should say, from DRX. You want to be able to get as many rounds as you possibly can so that when you go on the attack, it's way less pressure.
Well, you look like you wanted to comment on that, but actually, when I asked you, you look like so intense. Honestly, all of us are so on edge right now because it was just so hype. Yeah, it was like our blood is just like going crazy. What I really liked about both games is these insanely close rounds where it's down to 1v1. There was one particular round where RB was in single-digit HP. And he was just peeking that corner here on B site, and take it away, Quack.
I mean, it's a masterful clutch, 1-on-2, but this guy is not phased at all. The way that he peeks into this, the way that he actually finds those frags. Seth, this is crazy.
This is played to perfection. He's uncertain where they're both at. He knows that Aaron is up in heaven because that Molly came down a little bit earlier. But he goes ahead, presets the star, gets ready for that gravity well, and then starts inching out. Catches Bazzi, manages to stabilize, finds the kill, but takes a good chunk of damage. Meanwhile, Aaron, yes, he does have the Bulldog, so it's not the most firepower, but at this range, being able to just go ahead, ADS, get that burst across, it's usually enough to kill, but the last point, not really going to be able to get him. Takes him to 6 HP, and RB just gets that last jiggle, manages to line up the headshot, and closes it out. It's such a tense moment. It's one of those ones that makes you breathe easy, but doesn't necessarily reinstill confidence in your team. But to be able to have that moment, I mean, RB was one of the most clutch players that we had prior to their series versus Loud. at lock-in. His clutch rate was through the roof, and he continues to deliver even when he's playing, you know, the picks that we see a little bit less from him on, as such as the Astra.
It's a small detail, but I really liked how he actually held on to that start. He could have just easily popped off the gravity right off the bat, but he actually saved it.
But the other thing is that he reads that Aaron is fake tapping. He doesn't go for the peaks. Aaron is trying to bait him into that position because the call is coming in. They're saying he's so very low. Aaron knows how much HP he had before he shot him with that Bulldog, and he's just trying to get him to repeak it. And RB is saying like, no, I'm not buying it. You know, this isn't it yet. So it's just perfect game sense, perfect reads from him.
When you're at 8 HP too, like the fact that you're not faced by that is such a big thing to me. You have to have nerves of steel for this kind of play.
Yeah.
Yeah, Global Esports did do really well in unexpected ways, but honestly, there are showings of DRX superiority, especially on this map. Let's break that down, Seth. Also, there another example of these moments where they're just reads by DRX that confuses Global Esports.
Yeah, so it's going to be, you get 2 quick kills here, Texture being the last one that goes down over on the B side. I believe that they're in an eco in this round, so the full rotate comes across here, everybody relocating off of A. They get in, but DRX, they scout over into mid. I believe they throw a guiding light at some point to see if there's presence there, and then they cut sound, and they say, okay, let's drift back over towards B. But because of all this confusion, Global Esports now thinks that the commit has happened over to the A site. They want to try to catch them and hold it, and then they're going to get a rude awakening in a little bit here, because, I mean, there's still 40 seconds left, so it could be a slow creep in over to the A site. But as the spike plant comes in, they say, oh no, now it's an impossible situation. They're going to be entrenched on the site. They've got a full 5-man. We don't know where anyone is. It's not worth trying to go for. So instead, you're just going to see them get tucked up into defending spawn. And then from there, they're effectively just waiting for that spike to go off so they can sacrifice themselves to it, not get over any extra ult charge, any extra money or kills to the side of DRX. And this was a pivotal moment because you see they were tied up 8-8 at this point. Foxy9 does go on a hunt. He wants to try to get these kills, build up towards that showstopper. He's able to find one, takes down Bazzi. Bronski gets the kill. Aaron says, okay, I'm taking his gun. Go sack yourself to the spike. That's exactly what happened. So right call in the end. But you can see, I mean, DRX just playing that info game and G unfortunately getting a wrong sense of what is happening on the map in that moment.
Yeah, and that is ultimately what carried DRX to victory. Now, do you guys know what day of the week it is?
It's Monday?
Monday.
That's right. It's Monday. Monday.
It's Monday.
We have a new holiday.
Yeah,
Yes.
of course. I mean, I think this round does kind of beg to to give this Monday a whole new meaning. This guy has been popping off with shotguns, of all things. And it's kind of true to his style because he was that duelist back when he was on Onyx, back when he was just grinding up his days back in Indonesia. And just a fun fact, Monyet actually means monkey in Bahasa Indonesia. And he got an ace for it. It's amazing. He used to play Jet, he used to play Neon, last year in APAC LCQ. It's very similar to that one player on DRX, Seth.
I mean, which one? There's a couple of them.
You
technically have
the controllers.
Buzz, you have RB. But yes, if we're going to go over the controller conversations, obviously Mako.
I think today, especially during Split, controllers all over the world can be so proud of both Mako and Monyet. Let's pull up a comparison of these two.
This should be
Monyet a little bit more.
This should be an inspiration, I think, if you're a controller player for what you can achieve. As it turns out, Mako is in fact Korean.
Is he Korean?
Yeah.
I had no idea that he was made in Korea.
Your joke works both ways because it could also be Mako Monday.
Mako Mondays.
We have two controllers, both starting with M's, and there you go. But Mako, yes, a fantastic performance from him in the second map in particular. Had a rough go over on Haven, ended up bottom fragging, going like -13, something like that. It was very uncharacteristic. But we saw as soon as we got into Split, this was the Mako that we know and love, the one that DRX has come to very much rely on. And while Monyet is very much in the spotlight despite the loss, as far as the statistics are concerned, Mako still had an immense amount of impact in this game. So many clutch moments from him, a couple of early picks as well, finding those first bloods to really help DRX in this game. If Mako was performing anywhere close to his Haven performance, this 100% we would be on Pearl right now. So him being able to step up, shake off that little roughness that we saw, I mean, that's just standard Mako practice right there, everything that we saw on Split.
I think if anything, Mako was a little bit pissed off. The way that he was controlling this map on the defensive side for DRX, he had so much presence towards mid. He was rotating back and forth around ropes. I think we saw in the pistol round with that like near ace.
Near ace, yeah.
Freaking amazing. This guy is able to just kick it up a notch whenever he needs to. And the way that he was playing with this Phantom was amazing. But still, Monyet monkeying around with the judge, sometimes you just love to watch these plays.
Honestly, I have new respect for the judge in the hands of an excellent controller. Still no? I mean, really?
It's a disgusting weapon.
After that?
It's a dishonest weapon. And you should
I don't
use
like
it.
it.
It's right there with
Stick
the
to
Odin.
rifles. Hit shots only.
Do not disrespect Monyet's kills. Those were, I have a whole new perception of it.
Well deserved. The way that he was using it and just playing in and around his smokes, that was what was really making it
it's
for me.
beautiful dancing in and out of those smokes. Now, let's talk about the overall MVP. I think Mako played well, but it wasn't his best showing. If anything, if anything, I think there might be a different player.
I think this was a little bit split. I was on the fence as far as where I wanted to go because Foxy9, similar to Mako and Haven, didn't have as impactful of a performance. He ends up at the bottom of the board, but I mean, that's also something that you can kind of expect from your duelist players. So we give him a little bit of a pass here, and just given his explosiveness on the jet, the way that he was able to punish and shut down Global to really help them, avoid going to overtime on Haven, win it with a 13-11 scoreline. Foxy9, he does manage to go ahead and take away the MVP of this match in his second ever VCT appearance.
Yeah, Seth, for me, I mean, this was more of just the fact that he normally goes as the Jet. As a Raze, we were kind of doubting him at the start. DRX didn't have the best kickoff to this map, but he showed up. And I really loved in that one little highlight that we had. He jumped up with the showstopper and got those frags up on B Heaven. I think one of those things was because he had the right reads. He had the right tells, seeing that star being put up. Maybe Stacks called something, and he really knew how to play off of it. Yeah, it was good. I think that this is something that needs to develop a little bit over time. Texture as well has always kind of been a little bit rough around the edges when it comes down to his race play. I think he looked a bit better here in this one, but I think that as they continue to develop Foxy and they realize, okay, we need you to be able to play this, it's just going to take a little bit of adjustment because he hasn't played it very much. The same can be said, I guess, with like Buzz on KO, where this was, I think, the 5th time now. William made mention of it. I think this is now the 5th game that he's got locked in on that pick. So still some things to be worked out as they finalize and continue to polish this 5-man core with Zest on the bench. So still some work to be done. There's weaknesses to be exploited. You asked me that question earlier. I think we've kind of seen them here. But it's still obviously quite terrifying to play against them. Yeah.
Well, either way, thank you guys so much for that amazing game. That was revitalizing for a Monday. Mako Monday, Monyet Monday. Let's see where we are with the standings, because this does possibly change a couple of things.
I think that for the most part, you're still going to see DRX up top. They have a +20 round differential, and that's because every other team that managed to go 2-0 has dropped at least one map. Secret dropping the most with the 2 so far in their series. But DRX still out in first place, but this is very catchable. If T1, Gen G, Secret can have some cleaner series, if DRX continues to get pushed by this, by some of their future opponents, then they're going to be in a rough position. For Global, obviously, they find themselves now winless, but they're very much at the top of the pack in that regard. They and Detonation looking like the 2 teams that deserve wins the most out of the ones that don't have them. And I think that it's only a matter of time. And as we look there, I mean, my eyes go straight to Global now. Versus Zeta, I think that is very easily an achievable win for them.
Meanwhile, my eyes are more trained on the bottom of the standings. Talon T1. We really love, I mean, not T1, excuse me. Talon, their logos are so similar. Talon and RRQ. We kind of want to see these teams do better, especially Talon, because we expect them to perform so much better based on their results from Lock-In.
Yeah, I mean, this is that rematch to try to make their way into the top 4. They were able to push DRX. They were able to best them on Fracture. But I just don't know if they're going to be able to do it, because right now the form that we're seeing from them is a complete inversion of their performances over at Lock-In. Something has to change. Things need to be improved. The question is, are they going to be able to get them ready now for DRX? Because they're always a very difficult team to prep for. DRX is great when it comes down to their prep work. I think they maybe got caught off guard a little bit here by Global today, but they're very familiar with Talon. So I'm curious to see if Talon is going to be able to adjust and give us that strong performance once again.
It's a bit of a rematch, if anything. They did play a Lock-In, so I don't know. It's just scary, and there's that overwhelming pressure, I think.
I think the other one that I'm looking forward to is going to be T1 versus Paper X. Because T1, they're looking good. Obviously, they have the 2-0. This is going to be kind of a make-or-break moment, I feel, for Paper X to really establish themselves. On that 1-1 scoreline at the moment, and getting knocked down by T1 kind of sets the stage for them to be entering playoffs potentially, in those bottom 2 positions, if at all.
And I'm going to stop here because we do have a weekly recap right after this where we're going to deep dive into all of this, everything that's happened so far and our predictions moving forward. So do stick around, get a sip of water, take a potty break, come back and join us for some recaps. See you guys in a little bit. Bye. Coming to you live from Seoul, South Korea. Welcome back to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific. Now, let's talk about the game for today.
For me, I think that if GE can push DRX, pick up 8+ rounds on a given map in this series, I think that that is going to be a win.
All right, let's go to the stage. They're ready to go.
Foxy.
Oh, he doesn't get hit.
No! He doesn't get hit. He's gonna get two headshots in a row. Unbelievable, Foxy 9. Guiding light comes in. Botsy makes some noise to spray through the wall. He gets one, but not two. Stacks picks up the 4K, and TRX will take down map number 2 of Split. What an incredible clutch to make it happen there.
unstoppable. You are no wonderful. Going unstoppable. We're coming unstoppable. You're coming unstoppable. And you cannot be one of us. You are no wonderful. You are no wonderful. Coming unstoppable. You are no wonderful.
Hello, hello, and welcome to VCT Pacific Recap, where we recap on all the action so far. We are on week 2. I'm Victoria, and with me we have Professor Achilleos and best student Quack here with us. You guys ready to recap on some things?
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, we like recapping. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna pull up the standings, and let's talk about where everything is so far, officially. So again, we are on week 2, and DRX still remains at the top.
That they do, but very dangerously close to falling down a bit. And who knows what would have happened had they gotten taken to Pearl. You know, I mean, who knows if they would have been able to win on Pearl. Anything could have occurred if we did go to that map 3 just a couple, I mean, about like an hour ago at this point, as GE played phenomenally. Their record right now, down in 7th position, doesn't really tell the story of their power right now in the tournament. But, yep, DRX still up on top, but as you can see, top 3 spots currently occupied by our Korean representatives.
Yep, and at the bottom here, we've got RQ and Talon not looking so hot.
Yeah, not so hot at all. Talon, we expected them to do better, but I don't know. Things happened, and they just didn't do so well against T1. That's why they're at the bottom right now with a negative 25 round difference. It's going to be tough for them to climb out of that one, especially when you consider their next opponents, but of course RRQ as well. But I like what Seth said about how some of these numbers don't really indicate the team's full strength. This is just week 2, and I like to see how all these teams have been improving. DFM 8th place, but they actually had a pretty good showing this week.
Yep, there are 10 teams and only 6 of them can make it to playoffs, so it will matter as the weeks go by. Now let's talk about this week's MVPs. We saw some amazing plays by all of these individuals.
Yeah, I mean, I think all of them incredibly well-deserved. I think the only one that you could have had a really serious conversation regarding is Foxy9 and the series that we just got to witness. And that's just because Mako had such a strong performance, dropping 30 kills in his own right in that last map on Split. But 10, incredibly well-deserved performance there. He was crushing it. Had a weaker start versus DRX, granted everybody did. It was such a dominant series from DRX. But he really leveled up his performance versus RQ.
I mean, I think the same can kind of be said for Team Secret Dubstep as well, because the whole team kind of stepped up. They were just really more consistent. And then, of course, Gen.G, TS, Meteor, they were all really good. King might even be thrown in the hat as well. God Dead too. Everyone was pretty much showing up. But at the end of it, again, everyone is kind of stepping up to the plate.
Yeah, and Saya player as well. He did fantastic. Now, we made a couple of fun little things over the past 2 weeks, so we're going to roll those amazing pieces of art. We have an art gallery to present. So,
Professor,
you guys ready to go through this, Professor
I'm not
Achilleos?
a professor of art.
So,
I actually make money anyway.
Achilleos made all of these.
Yeah, this is my hobby, clearly. So yeah, I mean, let's just rank our own photoshops, I suppose. I mean, the Meteor Strike, it's a good one. We had this one I don't get.
Did anyone understand the spoon?
No.
I think it just looked cool or it looks
funny. They just like spooning. I don't know. Maybe he likes spooning.
This one I remember watching, and I was like, we need to have a conversation that we never had. 10 out of 10. This one was good. Makes sense. Overall solid, and again, well-deserved MVP nomination there, an award for 10 because the guy was just crushing. I mean, triple kill after triple kill, starting in the 10th round as well on Haven. Tissue Maker.
The tissue issues.
Yeah.
Enough said. Because that's right.
He doesn't make tissues.
That's what I'm saying. He's not like a crafter of tissues.
Tissue user might have been better.
He works for Kleenex. Like I didn't know.
Oh God.
But, and then of course you
choking
over the sad performances of Gecko. But I mean, hey, you've got something to celebrate because Loud were playing Gecko earlier. And they actually made it look quite good.
But that's Loud. We're in Pacific. I don't know if Pacific's gonna do Gecko.
We're better. We're better. Right?
I hope.
Anyway, yeah, amazing. We're playing off the fan sign that we had in the audience that day, which was great. And you know, even though they couldn't get the win, Jing always performing. The well done Gen.G. Well.
He was cooking.
He was cooking.
He was. And then
suggest.
Yeah, DFM did kind of overcook a little bit and weren't able to close out the series.
But
even though they did win, Meteor didn't have the same impact, is what I mean to say. And it was a little bit of a sadder performance, so I think the tier is somewhat justified. But they got it in the end. You needed God Dead to really help
this.
The
this is the one that makes me cry the most.
Yes, talk us through this, Quack.
The amazing ace, and then at the end of it, I don't know, things happen. They kind of start to overheat. Definitely both sides, blood was shed, but Team Secret comes out on top. And El Clasico, I mean, it was almost like a 3-game win streak for Paper X, but Team Secret managed to break that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing they're here in South Korea. We've got really cheap and available health care. So all of those battle wounds, they can get taken care of in an instant. So everything's gonna be fine. And
Good to be in Korea. Hasta la vista.
What a performance. That was, I mean, he was just crushing. Being able to come out, I mean, second series that he's played in VCT and dropping 30 kills was nasty. Got it in the very last round as well with the triple because he was at 27 before that. So it was really nicely balanced out by him. And then Mako, again, I'm still on the fence. I'm still wondering if I should have voted for him. I wouldn't have swung the vote because there's so many people who did go for Foxy, but I don't know. I'm having second thoughts because he was so good.
Tell us why.
He was just so damn good on Split, and he bailed them out of so many situations that if he hadn't done that, we could have been on Pearl. And I think that because of those moments that he was having, he almost deserves it a little bit more, even in spite of his Haven performance, which was, by his standard, abysmal.
Yeah,
I just think, like, Photoshop art-wise, you can kind of do a little bit better with that graphic. Yeah, made in Korea, that's hilarious. Maybe one of the next few weeks when Mako doesn't do so well, he's like kind of holding an air gun, right? Like Photoshop in a Nerf gun because he's not hitting his shots. Maybe. He is the best right now, but
he's criticizing your Photoshop.
He was hitting all of his shots on
today.
Split.
Yeah, okay, on Split today.
Okay, maybe if you Photoshop him holding a Nerf gun on Haven, then it works in that context. So you gotta include the map. Otherwise, no, not at all.
I think we should put the worst players here and just like pelt them with
Nerf guns?
Yeah. With
just to shame them?
Yeah, just shame them.
Just a
shame them out of Pacific.
Like a Nerf gun shooting squad?
We're just, yeah, but we have so much fun here at Pacific. Actually, I do want to shame some people, and we're going to call it the Epic Wipeout Series, where people who had the fastest deaths, whether or not they were, you know, well-deserved. Let's take a look.
I'm not even sure which ones we have here.
We got Mind Freak.
I mean,
oh, Mind Freak.
Oh.
Yeah.
The round just started.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that really quick blast pack in. I mean, it's just nasty stuff. I mean, Jeremy, it even takes him a second to realize, like, oh yeah, there's a guy there. And then they just...
It's more well played on the side of Team Secret. The ones that I get more tilted by are the ones where Paper X pushes out for no good reason.
It was multiple times.
Yeah, that was there were too many to include there. I'm sorry. We do have another player who, LME Moore. It was the Zeta RRQ match.
What happened here?
Died pretty quick too.
Was this one like right at the top of the week? It was Cassian, so I don't necessarily remember what happened here though. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, Depp was kind of on one here. We were looking for a really good impact from Depp, and unfortunately for Elmimore, there's like legit no counterplay to this. And yeah, I mean, I would have the same reaction. Just push away from my keyboard, just be like, well, I get a good, 30 seconds to a minute and a half of break time.
I think what we need there are the player cams, actually, their reactions. That moment they just get pelted in
I mean, there were so many like nice player cam reactions this whole week, right?
Stacks praying for the spike to go off and everything earlier today. It was fantastic.
That was great.
I love Suggest, like, just chill, bro, or like he yelled something out.
We had a couple of interesting player cam moments, definitely. Including audience cam was really nice today too. We had a full audience down there in the stadium. That was pretty cool. A lot of signs supporting the two teams, DRX especially playing today, and a bit for GE fighting. And the last but not least, there's one more player. It was during the Team Secret Talon match. Jeremy had a little oopsie.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, it's just.
I mean, yeah, this is just
38 seconds.
That's so quick.
It's not even 30 seconds.
I mean, yeah, it's less than a second in which he dies, and I mean, yeah, he's just got a smile on his face because what the hell do you do?
The Odin plays in general on that map. Again, as Paper Thin was on the desk that day, we're talking about Odin plays on Ascent are classic and seen there, but there was a lot of unexpected Odin action as well.
Yeah, I mean, I said, what do you do? What you actually do is just expect that they're going to have Odin. You're in the Odin default position.
Yeah.
So that is a very big misjudge there from the side of Jeremy, putting himself in that position. I mean, they didn't even recon for him, you know, like no haunt or anything, nothing to try to figure out if there was somebody there. It's just an open up spray, and you have to be cognizant that that is something that can occur. So that's definitely him just not really piecing everything together in his head. So bit of an oopsie, but something to definitely learn for in the future. Learn from in the future.
That's right. That's what you get. Now, do you guys like games?
Yes, we just watched two
You
of
like
them,
games?
2 maps.
You like playing games? Okay. I got another game for you guys because we're gamers.
What game are we going to play, I wonder?
Yeah, there's a board. We're going to play board games today. That is the kind of game we're going to play.
Great.
Now, we have a weekly recap tier list. How this works, each of you guys take a turn to put a team on the S tier, A tier, B, C, D tier. And you take turns on this. At the end of it, after all the teams are placed on the board, all 10 teams, each of you guys get 1 shift. So each of you guys can shift 1 team, higher, lower, and teams cannot be repeat shifted. So if
Cannot be repeat shifted?
Yes. So if Quack puts Talon up here and Seth puts it at A, you cannot put Talon back.
Let's be clear, that is not happening.
Well.
Oh, God, the shade. With that, I think we shall begin.
If it's being honest.
Okay, we're gonna get the student Quack.
God.
The nicer analyst
What do
here
you want?
to
I'll hand Victoria the piece
Okay.
and she can place it for you.
I do like board games. I do play a little bit of chess. Tasteless and I have a chess game going on right now. In chess, the pawn goes first. I'll start easy. DRX S tier.
Okay. You know what? I'll place that one for you because I agree.
Right.
Of course he
There we go.
agrees.
All right.
Of course you do.
That's actually what I was going to do, of course. But I mean, why not? I'll just go with the team that DRX just played against here today.
Good idea.
So I'll go with Global, if I can get it off the board, and I'm gonna put them in between. I'm gonna give them an A+.
Wow.
This is because they had an A+ performance. Obviously, the loss to T1, a bit of a heartbreaker for them. Even though I did pred for T1, I thought that was a series that could kind of go either way. Global did impress us over at Lock-In with some of their performances. They continue to be really good on pistol rounds, something that we didn't quite talk about on the desk.
Oh my
They ended up winning 3 out of the 4 pistols. Over at Lock-In, they haven't dropped a single one. I'm gonna give them an A+, because after today, I think everybody is like, okay, this team is really legit.
Yeah.
Also,
I agree with this.
Moniet, sorry, I keep saying Moniet. Moniet,
was so yay today.
technically broke the VCT LAN record for kills by 1. He did overtake Tepetol, now Zafaro, in his performance on Breeze versus Optic. Obviously, not an international event, and obviously doesn't beat Durka's 40-something kill record versus Gambit, but that was online. This was on LAN, so it counts.
I love all the technicalities Professor
It's very
Achilles
heavily
has for us
caveated,
today.
yes. It's on you.
Well, you know, it is a good record. PRX has something who just joined, and he has a crazy record as well. I'm not gonna go PRX just yet though, because since we're
the fake
going on something a little bit easier, gosh, what do I do? I think unfortunately I'm gonna have to go with RRQ. They are still on kind of that 0 win, so RRQ goes to. I'm so sorry guys. C tier for now. They have some C, not D. They have some eggs, kind of like, I don't know if anyone can see the socks that Victoria has on right now. It's tamago egg sushi. Really nice, very cool. I like it.
A close-up of this?
Yeah, we've got some eggs still.
Okay. Got some eggies to break.
I'm gonna go with Secret. I'm just kind of going off of some of the more recent series, I guess, that we have, and I'm gonna.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
I'm gonna put him in S.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Deserved.
Next to DRX.
I know.
Whoa! Okay.
I hope that doesn't come back to bite me a little bit, but I've been really impressed with them so far. And I'm sorry that I didn't predict them in the first series.
All right, Quack.
Right,
Time is ticking.
I
Let's
got a little
go.
question. Do you think they can beat DRX?
No.
Actually?
Quack, pick a team, or you forfeit all your counts.
Next one. We're gonna go with. I really like Zeta. Let's put them A tier.
Okay. A tier. And
He's thinking about it.
Achilles?
I see what he's doing.
What do you mean?
He's trying to bait my swap for later. He's trying to get me to swap Zeta so I don't swap Paper X from wherever
Come
he
on.
puts them.
You were talking about 10.
You have been playing chess.
I should
Smart
get a vote
move.
in
Smart
this.
move. I'll give you that. Okay. I will go with a team that actually deserves to be in the A tier, and I'm going to go with
Sure.
Gen G. So I'm going
Of
to put
course,
them
deserved.
Yeah? Really?
Back over to you. Yeah.
Okay.
Next move,
All right, Clark.
DFM onto B tier.
You know what? I can agree with this. I can agree with that.
I would say they actually climbed, you know?
Yes.
This is actually an improvement.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
We're gonna leave Paper X last, aren't we?
I'm not gonna give you the pleasure of me placing it. I mean, again, just given where they've been positioned, I'm gonna put T1 here in the A tier.
Fair enough. Mr.
Yeah.
Korea is gonna put that there.
Oh,
Talon.
okay.
Oh God.
Gotta
We
put it
like
somewhere.
them, but
Where's
just
it gonna go?
performance thus far. It has to be C tier. I'm so sorry, Cruz. C. Don't go lower
C
than
for
that.
Cruz.
D would have to be like if you actually lost 13-0.
I think that with RQ and Talon, I would have done another split. Because I don't know if there's necessarily a team that looks completely and utterly hopeless.
Sure.
So D tier I think is a little too harsh, but I probably would have gone with a C minus.
All right.
So I get to do Paper X now as the final one.
Yep, but you guys
Please,
do get
go
2
ahead.
chances after this.
Go.
You want to play the game?
Yeah, let's play it. Let's play it.
Let's play the game.
Wow! Okay, he's doing it. Oh.
So now you get to swap something that you disagree with.
And then you're just gonna swap your own placement?
Maybe.
You don't know. Who knows what goes on in
Right.
the mind of Professor
So
Achilles.
what do you want to do? What do you want to happen here? Do you want to put Paper X where you adequately think they should be, and have to lower them, or do you want me to do it?
I mean, he
But-
makes a great point.
By the way,
This is
guys,
how you
while
play
you're
the game.
thinking, and hurry up in your thinking because people are waiting, you guys can hashtag VCT Pacific and tell us if their votes are stupid or they're on point. So what
Mine
is
are
it? What's
big
it going to
brain.
be? What's your
Go ahead,
first
just-
swap?
Go ahead, just like.
All
Yeah,
right.
you can
do
do it.
Put this even higher.
No.
No.
No,
Get
no.
out. Like-
Come
Oh,
on.
God.
Make up your mind.
Paper X B tier for now. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
It has to
You
be
put
said.
it there?
Yeah, I think so. I really think like Jing, Forsaken, the whole gang of them have a lot of potential. We see those moments of greatness, but you need to fix something. You need to fix something. Ever since Copenhagen, they got a little bit, I don't know, overconfident, overeager. Something needs to be fixed, but I love their ideas. I love those Yoru picks. I just want to see so much more.
Wow. Quack's heart is broken, but he wants to fix the relationship. So, Paper X, listen,
Please don't break up
listen
with
to
me.
the man. All right, Achilles, what is your final swap?
I just want to say that he did that, Paper X. I thought you guys were S tier. But
He's
Quack
got me on tape. He's got me on
from
tape.
Singapore was the one who put you down in the B tier. For me, I'm correcting your previous mistake, and I'm taking Zeta, and I'm gonna put them in B, and then
Okay.
just slightly down,
Okay.
little bit below the others because A is too high. Unfortunately,
right.
like I want them to do well. I want to see them or DFM in Tokyo at Masters. I think that it would be incredible. The crowd would be insane. But right now, I'm not seeing it, and I'm hoping that their improvement continues.
This
'Cause
is still accurate.
They did look better in their second series, but obviously it was versus RQ. That is going to be one of the weaker opponents that they can get in this tournament. We need to see continued growth. I need to see Laz having performances like he has in the past. Right now, he's been lacking. So I'm looking to see in their next matchup if it's going to be, just 10 kind of carrying the ever-loving hell out of everything, or if the entire team can finally get on the same page and start finding impact as a 5-man core.
Okay, with that, again, if you guys agree or disagree or have any comments, hashtag VCT Pacific on Twitter. Put your comments there. If you want a recap on their names and yell at them, it's Hey, I'm Quack and Achilles. Is it Achilles says?
Achilles cast.
Achilles cast. It was not Professor Achilles. With that, guys, we have a lot of exciting matches coming up next week, so tune in with us again on Saturday. With that, I'm Victoria, Achilles, Quack. Thanks for joining us for the weekly recap, and keep enjoying VCT Pacific.
See you next week.
See ya.